Councilmember Nierenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Empty.
Here.
And Mayor Brown.
There we go. Here. Thank you, Eleanor. Do we have any announcements from closed session?
I'm sorry, I have to turn off my TV here.
I believe we had one announcement.
Yes, Your Honor. It's Cheryl Park. There was a unanimous decision to defend F1, and the name of the case is Diane Cruz Adams versus City of Redondo Beach et al. Case number 21 STCV 28663. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
And also we had outside legal counsel, Lisa Bond, present for closed session F2. Was not part of the original announcement.
Okay. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Cheryl. Just so the public knows that we go into closed session at 4:30 every afternoon, and then we come back out to open session and announce any actions we took. So with that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn from closed session.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Horvath, second by Councilmember Nierenheim. Any objections? Okay, so ordered. I'd like to call to order now a regular open session of the Redondo Beach City Council. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Nierenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here. Thank you.
Member Empty.
Here.
And Mayor Brown.
Here, let's all rise and salute the flag. Do we have a flag there? Yeah, Eleanor?
There it is.
A lot. And take a moment of silence afterwards. Thank you. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty, justice, and all. Okay, thank you. So announcements. Let's start with announcements from Councilmember Nierenheim.
Thank you very much, Mayor Brad. Yeah, I had great community meetings this weekend. I had one in-person community meeting at Alta Vista, the back parking lot of the racquetball court. We talked about a myriad of items, right where the new dog run is going to be. So thank you to this council for approving that. Can't wait to get that dog run built and installed. Everyone's very excited about it. Had a great online community meeting last night as well. And we had Senator Ben Allen online, spent about 50 minutes with us. It was fantastic. Went over all the housing issues. Rest assured that there's a little bit of background noise here, that he has heard loud and clear that South Redondo residents, there wasn't a single person there who was in favor of SB 9 or 10 combined. There were two people who liked one of the bills, but not both of them. But regardless, at the end of the day, he heard the concern, he came down, and he was more than willing to talk about everything. So it was great to have Senator Allen there. We want to thank him and his staff. So other than that, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, we had the District 2 community meeting last night online, and we discussed different elements of the budget that were passed. That was very informative for a lot of people. We also discussed the harbor amenities plan that is up for review tonight, and a discussion on the tree ordinance. So that's it. The next one will be sometime in September, probably mid-September. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, community meeting is this Thursday night over Zoom from 6 to 7:30 p.m. Just an open forum with residents. And then I have an announcement here that one of the RUHS boosters asked me to read. So please join the Redondo Union High School football boosters from 8 to 11 a.m. on Saturday, August 21st at the Women's Club of Redondo Beach. It's 400 South Broadway here in Redondo for their annual pancake breakfast. Tickets are just $10 a person and include eggs, sausage, pancakes, and choice of milk or orange juice, sponsored by Eat It Joe's. Age 3 and under are free. Tickets are available from any football player at the event or by visiting the Boosters tab on the Redondo Union football website.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Obaji.
Thank you, Mayor. My council meeting is going to be on.
We lost you there, Zane.
Sorry, that's what I get for using my keyboard. My community meeting is going to be on August 25th. That's a Wednesday at 6:30 p.m. via Zoom. We will discuss a matter that we will discuss today in City Council, as well as some other items. And the link will be up on my council webpage shortly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember MD.
SoCal Gas is going to be supporting some organizations throughout the city. And so I wanted to give a shout out to them. So thank you for their support of the different community service groups around here. And also the Performing Arts Center hosted Plain White Tees last Friday night, and they did a great job. They made sure everybody was wearing a mask. The staff was wonderful. Everything, they did a really good job, especially considering they've been kind of out of it for a while. And so anyway, I just want to do a shout out. Oh, the third shout out was to Public Works, trimming the trees around the Del Page Park, and look forward to them working a bit on the medians that need some help around there as well. So thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember MD. I have a couple of announcements on the housing bills. SB 9, which is a bill that's been moving through in some form or fashion of our state legislature for 2 years now, is going to be heard by the Appropriations Committee this Thursday. And after they pass it, it will go to the full assembly floor. The other bill that everybody's concerned about, SB 10, is also going to the assembly floor very soon for a vote. SB 9, so those of you who don't know what we're talking about, is a state bill that would require Redondo Beach to split all single family lots into two, and then coupled with the auxiliary dwelling units, which allow for ADU and a junior ADU, the one unit next to you will turn into 6 in some instances. And if AB 1401 passes along with it, there'll be no minimum parking requirements allowed by the city. So it's just another takeaway of our control of what goes on in Redondo Beach by Sacramento. They've taken this big broad brush to the entire state. You're going to require the entire state to split all single family lots into 2, and you won't get a neighbor next time your neighbor's house goes up for sale. You'll be getting an investment LLC or firm or some unknown entity, and they'll be building it out and they'll be renting it out. So that's all the rage around the country now, and that's what we're trying to stop. So I'm the designated opposition witness to SB 9 on Thursday. I don't know what time it is, but those of you who want to participate and do something about it, you can write Assemblymember Miritsuchi and Senator Allen. Those are your state reps. Go to their websites, Assemblymember Al Miritsuchi and State Senator Ben Allen, and just send them their emails or give them a call. Their phone numbers are on there, the emails are on there. It makes a big difference, and this is the final push. They'll be voting on these very soon, both of them. So send the message. So it's definitely important. The other thing I'd like to talk about, I went on a walk today with the county beaches and harbor along our upper walk path down in up above the bike path. Most of you are familiar with this, in front of the large condo complexes there. And I went down there with them in December, and they said they were going to sign a planner and really get to work on it. And most of you who, well, anybody who walks along that regularly knows how it's kind of sliding away there, particularly on the southern end. So it's actually turned into a very large infrastructure project for them. They have a lot of drainage problems, a lot of slippage problems, and their engineering is coming back with a work plan and estimates next month. So it's going to be a multi-million-dollar project for them, and it's going to take a couple of years, but the work's going to get done. They identify the funding, and many thanks to them for getting going on it. I mean, I did meet with them last December, but here they are and calling me and go, hey, I want to show you what we found. So that's important. Lastly, I'd like to say I got inducted to the Haggerty's. Can you see that? The Haggerty's Surf Club. You see that? They give me a mug. Oh, well, you can't see it. Anybody who surfs know what I'm talking about. That was exciting. Got a little kudos. A bunch of old guys who used to know how to surf, but it's a lot of fun. And Haggerty's was in that that song, Surfing USA. How about that? Haggerty's and Torrance. I'll stop there. Okay. Moving right along, folks. It was a poor segue, as my wife would say. There was no segue. Okay, our order of agenda. I'll entertain a motion to approve the order of agenda or make changes. Me personally, I'd like to move up the tree ordinance.
Yeah.
Those poor people always get heard at the end at 11 and 12 o'clock. But anyway.
I'll make a motion to move item N6 after public comment and then go on with the rest of the agenda. I was thinking about doing P2 as well, but we can wait on that. So just N6, move that to after public comment and then go with the rest of the agenda.
So just move N6 to after public agenda. Okay. Any after public comments on non-agenda items, which is what's it, number J1. Is there a second?
Second that with amendment.
Okay, what's your amendment?
To move N5 after the tree ordinance, please. This should be quick.
Oh, the stop sign stuff. Oh yeah, absolutely. That'd be a great idea. That'd be good. Yeah, so we'll do N6 and then N5 and then the rest of the agenda.
Thank you.
Okay, is that a motion with a friendly amendment? Okay, or second with an amendment. Okay, any discussion? All right, a roll call vote. Councilmember Nairnheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein. Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, that's our agenda. So agency recess was canceled. Community Financing Authority, next up, blue folder items. I know we got several items for the blue folder. Eleanor?
Yes. So you just recently received one for N1, which is related to conformations regarding street vending. Amendment ordinance for 321821. There was some corrections. H16 related to traffic calming measures on 182nd. Public correspondence for N2 for consulting services with SWA Group. We received some public comments. For N5, consideration to install all-way stop controls through public engagement. PowerPoint presentation from staff. And then N6, consideration to establish a tree ordinance, and that's also public point presentation from staff and then public correspondence. That's it, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, is there a motion to receive and file those? Second. Okay, motion by Councilmember Horvath, seconded by Councilmember Lowenstein. Any objections? Okay, so ordered. Consent calendar. Okay, tonight we have 20 items on the consent calendar. Anyone can speak on any item. Any council member can pull any item. I'll go through the council, see if anybody wants to pull any item. Councilmember Nairnheim.
I'm good, thank you.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
I'd like to bring H18, please.
H18. Councilmember Horvath.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Obaji.
No, thank you.
And Councilmember MD.
No, thank you.
Okay, Eleanor, does anybody like to speak on any consent calendar item other than item H18?
Vicki, is there anything for the H's?
We do have item H16, 2 comments submitted for e-comment. First one is submitted is by Kristen Kirby. To whom it may concern, my name is Kristen Kirby. I am the homeowner of 2702 182nd Street. I'm writing this letter to let you know about an incident that occurred on 7/26/21. My cars were hit when parked in front of 2704 182nd Street. Someone turning onto 182nd Street, heading eastbound, rear-ended one of the cars, which then crashed into my other car that was parked in front of it. The car that was hit was totaled, and now my other car is in the body shop being repaired. My family is very lucky that neither of our 2 children were sitting in the car or getting into or out of the car when it was hit. This we are truly grateful for. On the flip side, now we are short 1 car and are being forced to purchase another, as we need 2 vehicles in our family. The car that was totaled was paid off. Now we will have a new car payment. It has come to my attention that the Public Works Commission is recommending striping changes on 182nd Street. I support this recommendation and sincerely hope that it happens. The other comment, 16, is by Danielle Quinto. Dear City Council, I am a resident of 182nd Street with 3 elementary school age children. We have been concerned about traffic on our street for years. People turn the corner onto our street from going northbound on Inglewood, and their speed is very scary. All our kids rush to get out of our cars when we park because they are terrified of the fast traffic hitting our parked car. Just 2 or 3 weeks ago, someone drove down our street so quickly that when they hit a parked SUV, that SUV hit another SUV. We need help to keep our kids safe on our street. There are a total of 10 young kids on our street, and there are pets as well. Please help us by approving the painting of a white line with a 10-foot clearance from the curb. Please help us keep families safe. Thank you. And sorry, we are pulling 818, so I don't have any other comments.
We have no Zoom for the record.
Okay, that request for a white line, it sounds like that's bullet point number 1 in the staff report. Install edge line on the south side between Inglewood Avenue and Fremona Avenue to provide a 10-foot wide eastbound lane and hatched parking lane. It's not quite clear that that's going to be on Fremona or Inglewood. I mean, there is no south side of Inglewood, right?
No, Your Honor, that's actually on the south side of 182nd.
Oh, okay. So is Fremona a misprint or?
Gene?
It looks like Fremona is all throughout this, but it's titled 182nd Street.
It should be 182nd Street. Typo, yes.
Okay, so you can correct that in the staff report. Fremona is 182nd. I was wondering about that.
I believe it reads 182nd Street between Fremona and Inglewood. Yeah, that would be the only reference to Fremona there. It shouldn't be on.
Correct.
Okay, so, but the commenter was talking about 182nd, correct?
Yeah, that first bullet point does 182nd Street in the first bullet point. That was zoomed by the title, and the limits front and back are Inglewood and Fremona. So yeah, I think we're doing what she asked for.
Okay. All right, great. Thank you. Where were we? We had pulled item H18. We took a comment on H16. Any more comments on any other consent calendar items other than H18?
No, that's it, Mayor.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar other than item H18. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Horvath, second by Councilmember Narenheim. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, you got to read a few things, Eleanor.
Yes, Mayor. H6, adopt by 4/5 vote and by title only resolution number CC-2108-081, a resolution of the City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, authorizing to carry over the unexpended balance of the Information Technology Internal Service Fund from fiscal year 2020 to 2021 to fiscal year 2021 to 2022. H7, adopt by only title only ordinance number 3216-21, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, amending Title 10, Chapter 5, Coastal Land Use Plan, implementing ordinance of the Redondo Beach Municipal Code pertaining to traffic environmental impacts for second reading and adoption. We also have H17, adopt by title only resolution number CC-2108-080, a resolution of City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, amending the official book of classifications by creating the class specifications for the homeless housing navigator position. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Eleanor. Next up, item H18, Councilmember Lowenstein, you pulled that?
Yes, Mayor Brand, thank you. Treasurer Deals, I have just a couple questions related to this amendment, so.
Go right ahead.
Okay, just want to understand. So one of the changes was moving to Simpro software for record keeping, right? If I understand this correctly.
Well, I think that's an item for discussion.
Okay. So can you tell us about what that is in terms of the move towards it?
I don't believe that's on item H18. If you
It
want
is,
to
Steve.
change the order of agenda, we could do that.
No, it's actually part of the consent calendar.
Yeah, the title of item H18 is Approved First Amendment to the Agreement for Consulting Services between the City of Redondo Beach and FHN Financial Main Street Advisors to provide non-discretionary investment advisory service. That's H18.
Right.
So tonight we're discussing the policy, and I think your question pertains to the policy itself. And
Well, it
that's a
says one
discussion
was,
item.
maybe Nilesh can comment, it says one was a change to Simpro software and the other is to elaborate on the definition of non-discretionary investment management. So maybe I'm missing
Okay.
something, but I think it's there. Yeah.
Okay, I think you're, okay, so I think we're, okay. Yes, so, okay, so what's the question? Rephrase the question and then I'll.
So the question is the move to the software, it's record keeping. I think I understand that. The other question is not obtaining 3 bids. Can you tell me why we don't obtain 3 bids when it comes to the sale or purchase of a security?
Well, that's not correct. We do obtain 3 bids, and that is what the definition includes. So we always have, and we continue to do so. And that is something we'll discuss on the policy discussion.
Okay, so you would like to answer the question then, I guess.
Well, I think I
Okay,
just
that-
did. We're not taking 3 bids. We are taking 3 bids on every purchase, every transaction.
Okay,
Or
well,
more.
what maybe what I misunderstood is it says consultants shall obtain at least 3 bids or offers prior to executing any trades on behalf of the city. However, multiple offers may not be available if the security is a new issue or offered by fewer than 3 brokers. That's how I read the executive.
Okay, so
summary.
sometimes when a security is for sale, only one person's selling it. So we can't get 3 bids. So if, for example, when we just put out our municipal bond, it was only being sold. Well, it depends on the arrangement. It can be sold by a number of brokers at once, but you're all buying the same thing, or it could be from one broker. So if it's only from one place, we can't get multiple bids on a purchase.
So it might be commercial paper, it might be a note, it could be a number of things, correct? Where
Correct.
there's only, okay. The other question I have is related to the term of the agreement. It was signed, I guess, in February of 2020, is that right? And this is is this an extension or is this
No.
just the amendment to it?
Just an amendment.
Okay. Mr. Phillips, I think is on as a panelist, correct?
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you fine. So I just want to make sure did we have a month-to-month with you guys, then moved over to a longer term agreement? Is that correct?
That's not what's happening here.
No,
This
but
is just
that's my
an
question for Mr. Phillips. That was my question for Mr. Phillips.
It is, let me just double check. We have a lot of agreements. I apologize for not remembering this one.
Okay.
The city can cancel it at any time with a 30-day out clause. So, but I'm almost positive that this is, it has a expiration date. So
Yeah, we're on a regular term agreement. We're not
So
on.
the previous agreement was expired and then went month to month. Is that how it worked? And then we signed a new agreement?
Yeah, sorry, Councilman. It's on page 11, Exhibit B. The term shall commence February 1, 2020 and expire January 31st, 2023.
And, but I was really curious about prior to this agreement. I don't know if your memory serves you right on that, whether it was month to month or expired. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, it's generally been a 1 to 2 year roll that way with a 30-day out clause for the city.
Okay. The last question I have is, are we still getting credits for trades?
When we do those types of trades, but they just haven't been with the market the way it has been, we haven't been doing those types of trades recently.
Okay, can you give me an idea of what you mean by those type of trades?
So
I can
generally,
understand.
when we buy an FDIC insured CD, then we can buy from our own broker dealer. But since there's a potential conflict of interest where We as the manager would get paid, and our broker dealer of our parent company could get paid. So we credit our portion back to the city. Those CDs have not been advantageous for a few years, actually. So it's just been better to buy other securities where the city earns a lot more investment income.
Okay. Last question I have for you is, we invested some of the proceeds from a bond recently, right? The municipal, the bond, the lease obligation bond into treasuries. Is that right? Short-term treasuries? I don't know if you know that, Rick or Steve.
May I ask Neil or Steve, did that get put into the pool, or is that separately invested in the other bond proceeds that you guys manage, that have another person manage?
We have not invested bond proceeds to date. What we did do is because this is all part of another discussion, as I said, on the agenda item, but the sale of the bond did is free up money that we had set aside for PERS prepayment. And so now we've got $15 million extra of liquidity just this year. So that money is being invested, but we have not invested any bond proceeds.
In the short term bond, short-term treasury, sorry.
They're in treasuries, yes.
Yeah, the reason I wanted to ask that is because Rick is here. I didn't know if he was part of that or not. And I didn't know if he would be here later to answer that question. So, okay, those answered my questions. I move to pass H18.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
This motion by Councilmember Lowenstein, second by Councilmember Horvath. I had a question. Where are the bond proceeds being invested, Joe? Is that something that, where do those money go? It's a significant amount of money left over. Can anybody answer that for me, please?
Mayor, are you talking about the pension prepayment bonds, or is it another bond issue? I'm not sure.
You don't know about it, Rick. We did I guess you don't. It was
those are being held in a trust. The initial bond tranche, the roughly $12 million was paid directly to PERS. The remaining set aside is being temporarily invested, awaiting our supplemental assessment from PERS, and then will be paid to PERS. We expect sometime in either September or October. So it's held in a temporary investment account.
Okay.
Outside of the Treasury investment.
Yeah, Rick wouldn't know about it. Steve wouldn't know about it. Or Steve probably knows about it, but Rick certainly wouldn't know about it.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. There's a motion and a second. Councilmember Naranine.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Public comment.
Oh, that's right. We need public comment. I apologize.
Yeah, we have a public comment for e-comment. Vicki, would you like to read that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, submitted by Eugene Solomon. The proposed change seems to limit or eliminate competitive bidding from the investment process, taking a requirement of 3 competitive bids out of the documented policy and procedures. In the interest of the public interest in obtaining the best pricing and service for taxpayers, we should be adding competition and transparency, not eliminating it. If this is a suggestion, the council should reject the amendment to the contract. That concludes comments for item H18.
Was that the question you meant to ask, Councilmember Lowenstein? Was that answered to your satisfaction?
Yes. Yeah, I guess it basically was that there were certain securities that aren't available from multiple vendors. So that answers my question.
Okay. I'll do the vote again. Councilmember Naranheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
Okay, and Councilmember Emby.
Aye.
Okay. So that is our consent calendar. There you go. Next up is public participation on non-agenda items. This is the opportunity for any member of the public to speak about anything that is not on the agenda for tonight. Everybody's got 3 minutes. Feel free to talk about whatever you want to talk about. And I have to clarify that council cannot talk about what you want to talk about, because anything we talk about has to be agendized. So we can talk briefly if there's something you want to ask staff about, but that's it. Okay, any comments from the public under this section of our agenda? Eleanor.
Okay, for the Zoom, there are no comments, but we do have a couple comments on J1. So Vicki.
Sure. The first one is submitted by Michael Sachs. I hope you are all well. In response to worsening drought conditions, the Metropolitan Water District declared a water supply alert yesterday after the Bureau of Reclamation revealed the Colorado River experienced its first ever shortage of water. In light of the continuing risks to our water supply from climate change, I urge you all to reassess your concerns relating to desalination, which are valid, and consider the life-supporting strategic value of a guaranteed water supply to the South Bay. Thank you for your service to our city. Also submitted by Leslie Campeggi. During Councilmember Lowenstein's community meeting last night, he mentioned that noise detection equipment was placed at Catalina and Torrance Boulevards. Thank you. The excessive noise from vehicles, motorcycles, and sirens is deafening. Can't wait to know what the results unveil and what times of day/night, if that information is captured. That concludes comments for non-agenda items.
Okay. Thank you for that. So moving right along, we don't have any public hearings, but we're going to hear item N6 first. So with that, I guess I'll turn it over to our Director of Public Works, Ted Simon. Ted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, that's my Public Works Director. I actually have Rob Osborne, our Senior Admin Analyst. He is the staffer that has been reviewing the material that was referred to us by the City Council back in April to be brought to you in August. Rob is going to go through the presentation, and then he and I will be available for any questions at the end of it. So, Rob. Rob, I can't hear you. It sounds like you're muted.
Yeah, he is muted. You're muted, Rob. There you go.
How about that? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, hear you loud.
Okay, sorry about that.
No
Okay, here we go. Screen is shared. Let's get started here. So a little bit of the background. Hold on just a second. Okay, so a bit of the background on this issue and how we got here tonight. So back in March 12th of 2019, Council reviewed our current procedures for, I believe our Parks Manager, Albert Alejandre, was here to talk about the things we do for trimming trees, planting trees, removing trees. That was a receive and file item. February 2020, we came back. The Council had requested some information about Manhattan Beach's tree ordinance. They do things a little bit differently than we do. They have an ordinance that governs trees both on private property and in the public right-of-way. At the end of that meeting, the council directed us to provide some information on this Tree City USA program, which we brought back to you on March 17th of 2020. And the council received and filed that. And then most recently, April 20th, was the council's request to bring back a tree ordinance for consideration. So starting with a review of what we do now, our current policies for trees on the public right-of-way. So starting with tree trimming. This is something that we contract out for. We don't have the resources to do this in-house. We typically do a 4-year contract where we divide the city up into 4 different grids. Each one grid is serviced every year, so every tree gets trimmed at least once every 4 years. There are a couple of special zones on heavily traveled streets where we have some special trees that need a little bit more frequent attention, so those are trimmed every 2 years. If any, we receive requests for trimming for anything out of grid, we evaluate it on case-by-case basis, taking a look at the resources we have available to include it into that current year, and whether the tree actually is in need of a trim. This has been our system in place for a number of years now. As far as tree removal, we try to protect the urban forest whenever we can. Tree removal is something that's just a last resort. Our staff arborist, who's also our Public Works Parks Manager, he reviews the request, and he will approve it only if special conditions exist with the tree. A couple of examples here. Large tree that you can see from the coloring is obviously half of the tree is dead. The tree was not able to survive on its own. It wasn't possible to cut off half of it. So this would be an example where we would go for approve a tree removal. But again, only if a last resort. It's also typically about tree health. As I mentioned, trees that are dead or dying. Another criteria that might justify a tree removal would be if damage to infrastructure, root systems from trees, getting down into underlying utilities, dislodging sidewalk pieces, anything that creates a safety hazard. Some trees sort of outgrow their environment and they're a danger to have falling limbs that could, be a safety risk to both property and life. So those are the reasons that we would approve a tree removal. We don't approve them for view preservation or just because of pure age of the tree or maintenance demands. So a couple of examples here of just trees that are suffering from health problems. We've had the bark beetle infestation has damaged some of our trees. It was a problem for a while. Okay. If we get a request to remove a tree that's related to a property development, the typical issue is that the parkway tree is in the way of where somebody would like to put their driveway for a new property. We'll go out and take a look at that, and we want to confirm that it really is an impediment. If a plan could be altered such that a driveway is just moved a foot or two, we would encourage that to be done first before we consider taking out the tree. And we want to find out there's just no other reasonable alternatives within the plan itself before we'd want to take a tree down. If we do approve a tree removal, the city removes the tree and the developer pays a fee that's relative to the value of the tree. And that money all goes into our tree account that we use for planting new trees in other areas around the city. Tree planting, again, as I said, funded by the tree enhancement account. Our arborist is always looking for good places where trees are lacking and with a suitable location where the tree would survive in the location and the environment. We try to plant at least 100 every year. And for the fiscal year that just ended, we just exceeded that. 102 were new trees were planted. And of course, as I mentioned, if there's development projects, we're always looking for opportunities to require new tree installations. Okay, so that's it for what we currently do. So as far as a template for a draft tree ordinance, we've never had one before. Some of our residents, a couple of our residents proposed an ordinance for us to consider that is essentially the one used by Encinitas down in the San Diego area. They're very proactive about tree protection. Their ordinance applies both to trees on, again, private property and the public right-of-way. In reviewing this ordinance, we concluded that we think it's more applicable for a city like Encinitas or like some of our neighbors, Manhattan Beach or Hermosa Beach, where the city actually allows residents to come out and do work on trees in the public right-of-way. We don't do that here. Any trees on parkways, other pieces of public property, we do the trimming. If any maintenance, any removing trees, planting trees, only we do that. So that's why we didn't think the Encinitas ordinance was necessarily a fit for us, more so for cities where they want to regulate what the residents can do with public property trees. So what we're suggesting is I want to go through a couple of the elements of the Encinitas template and issues I think the council would need to probably discuss and divide and provide us direction on the content to be included into an ordinance, which will work with the city attorney's office to develop and bring it back to you for approval a little bit down the road. So first one here is the staff person designated to make tree decisions. In Encinitas, they created a new position, a new full-time position for a city arborist. Currently we have Albert, our parks manager. He is also a certified arborist. He handles all issues. So we think that works pretty well. That position, parks manager, is required to have the arborist certification. So we don't really see the need to create a new position there. As far as the commission review, when a tree issue rises above the staff administrative level, the Encinitas ordinance suggests creating a new separate commission. Theirs is called the Urban Forestry Commission. For us, again, currently tree decisions are made by the Public Works Department, by our parks manager. Ted gets involved, the director, if necessary. And if something rises to a level of controversy or significant interest, we have the ability to bring it to the council for review. As far as the recommendation for the ordinance, you already have a commission in the Public Works Commission that reviews issues involving all types of public right-of-way. rather than create a new commission, we feel it would work well to just involve the Public Works Commission for tree issues. And then ultimately their recommendations would come to the City Council for review. Next issue, protecting trees. Well, starting with public property. Encinitas has a heritage tree designation. Trees that meet certain criteria, whether they're the size or the age or possibly their relationship to some historic, building or event, receive this designation and get special protection. They can't be removed without certain. Review by that Urban Forestry Commission, ultimately the City Council. As far as what our current practice, public right-of-way trees, we protect all of them. We, regardless of any type of designation or species or size, all trees in the public right-of-way, as I mentioned, we try to protect them all and only approve removals for some very unique circumstances if they apply. And we think that practice works and would suggest keeping that practice in the new ordinance. Removal of trees on private property. It's kind of a sticky one. We've never gotten into it here in Redondo Beach. Encinitas creates the heritage tree designation can apply to trees on private property. This is something, again, we've never done. It gets into, dealing with residents' property rights. So it's something if the City Council wants to pursue, it bears quite a bit of review and discussion. We would suggest referring it to community development. As you know, Ted and we're public works guys. We specialize in public right-of-way issues. So if the council wants to consider that any further, we suggest referring it to community development, ultimately to the Planning Commission. Protection of trees during construction. This is the Encinitas ordinance has a required tree protection zone that has a certain area around what they call the drip line of the tree, more or less like the outline of the canopy. Certain regulations apply. Developers are required to, obviously protect the tree within that area when construction is going on. Here, we don't have anything officially adopted, but we do have a tree protection zone guidelines that we've developed that Albert uses when construction is going on near trees to try to provide the necessary protection. So as far as the recommendation for an ordinance, we do like the part of the Encinitas ordinance that require builders to notify us anytime they're going to be working in the area with the tree. So we would suggest including that. So we're more aware of any issues that could affect a parkway tree. And then the last ordinance element to consider, requiring the addition of trees during construction or the sale of a property. This is required by Encinitas. If a property is redeveloped by a certain percentage of the valuation, or if a property is sold, they do require that the city review the tree situation and determine if any new trees need to be planted. We don't have anything like that here. Again, we take a look at tree plantings whenever we feel they're appropriate. If there's a parkway strip that has adequate space, we require a tree installation. And as far as what to include in the ordinance, we feel that requiring something during construction we think is reasonable, should be included, but we don't support requiring tree installation upon the sale of a property. It's not something we've done before. Our concern is that, the buyer of a property might get an undue burden based on the history of the property. So conclusion, this staff's recommendation is discuss the existing procedures that I outlined, discuss the Encinitas ordinance, the various elements of it for consideration into a city ordinance, and provide us direction. And as I said, we'll take the council's direction. We'll work with the city attorneys to develop the actual ordinance, incorporating all the content that you feel is appropriate, and we'll bring it back at a later date. And as an alternative to an ordinance, the council could also adopt like a tree policy. So it wouldn't be part of the municipal code, but a formally adopted policy that outlines all the rules and regulations for trees on public property. And that, I believe, concludes the staff presentation. Be happy to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you, Rob. You can stop sharing your screen now, but we might need you to pull it back up when the questions come in.
Hold on.
Mayor,
Mayor, before we go for other questions, I did want to add a couple of items, at least on the offsite improvements when land development is occurring. I do want to say that you actually have a policy that was adopted by the city council back in 2006 when former city engineer / chief building official Steve Hung came to the council with the planning director at that point to outline some of the asks, if you will, for improvements when a property is being redeveloped, let alone reconstructed altogether. And there's the 50% rule, if you remember, and it also triggers a lot of the offsite improvements, at which time the Public Works engineering will actually be asking for any trees to be planted in the public right-of-way, as well as sidewalk improvements, driveway improvements, and things of that nature. And I did want to come back to the private property component. We're not necessarily saying that we should go to the community development or planning team and the planning commission to deflect that issue. I believe it's something that probably needs a little bit more vetting because it is including land uses and private property uses that we believe falls better under the planning section. The public right-of-way, it's all our domain. It's really all under the council's directive, whether it be by ordinance, by policy, or by departmental policy. I think we have full reign over that, but felt that if there's a request or a desire by the council to pursue private property elements, that gets through a better vetting process through the land use element and the planning commission. That's all.
Okay, great. Thanks, Ted. A couple of comments for me, and then I'll turn it over to council. And I see that we have Laura McMoran and Mara Lang waiting to speak, and they were some of the people, the residents, local activists who've been pushing this, so it's good to see them on. But I will say, I think it caught everybody a little bit off guard. I didn't know the tree ordinance was coming back until I saw it on the agenda on Saturday when I pulled it up, and I know they didn't either. They were on vacation, so it might be something to be continued before I really give you specific direction. I'll just say trees are important, folks, for a lot of reasons. Not just for aesthetic, although it provides a lot of beauty and as a result raises property values. But it's important for the cooling effect. You know, we cut down all the trees and, you know, we're going to be cooking. Everybody knows how important it is to have trees, both from aesthetic and cooling and carbon capture as well. Yeah, as the earth warms, having more trees is going to have a big mitigating impact. It was disappointing to see Torrance ask Caltrans to cut down a tree. Beautiful. Big, beautiful ficus tree right in the middle of PCH. Thanks to Torrance for reconsidering that, but they did cut the tree down to make room for a few more cars in a left turn lane. So to me, that's the kind of thing I would like to see Redondo Beach take a different path. Much of what you mentioned, Rob, and what I see in this, it's just so much of it is discretionary. And I think this council has a lot more interest in having it set more as policy, which is why you see this ordinance keep coming back. I remember with the idea of a tree ordinance in Redondo, I think it brought up at least 10 years ago by Vanessa Poster. And I was a big supporter of it, but it never got any traction. So I'm glad to see it back. I think it's important. Trees are kind of the lungs of our planet. And as we see more and more disappear, things get hotter and hotter. It's the opposite direction of where we should be going. So it was heartening to see that we added 100 trees. Wonder how many we removed, but I imagine we added more than we removed, and we ought to keep on that trend. And I just think you're going to see more council interest in this than you had seen in the past in Redondo Beach. Ergo, move this to the front of the agenda, where I think the last time this came up, it was like 11 o'clock at night, and people were, tired. And, this is a priority now, I guess I would tell staff. So thank you for that report and spelling those things out. What was the other thing? Yeah, so a lot of the things are just discretionary, and I think you're going to see, a policy, and whether it's a policy direction or in the form of an ordinance. I think you're going to want to see that. And last resort. We only remove a tree at last resort. Well, that would be staff out in the field making that decision. Tree removal for something like a new driveway apron, whether it's important or not. Again, staff would be making that decision. Unique circumstance. I guess my question, like you look at those big, beautiful, this is a good example, big, beautiful ficus trees on Barrel, just west of PCH. Those trees are gorgeous. And they're ripping up the sidewalks. I'm sure, they might be doing damage on the private property, but I think you'll find that the community would much prefer to fix the sidewalks and leave those trees there, even though I would think that an arborist or somebody from staff would be concerned about having to continue those repairs, where those big mature trees are, as long as they're not a safety hazard, are much preferred to have than, cutting them out and replacing them with some, much skinnier tree without the coverage. What is the policy? I had a complaint from a homeowner actually in District 5 some time ago that there was a tree on their property. They thought it was their property. It was actually city property, but it was damaging their water lines. And they had spent significant monies on damage to their plumbing, particularly the sewer out to the street. What is the policy of the city, Ted, when a tree on city property is doing damage to water lines, whether they be headed storm sewer lines or water lines? What would the city do if a resident called and said, we think the city tree we just spent $7,000 repairing a line and we think it's because of the damage by the city tree? What do we do in those cases?
Well, there's a few things that we'll do, which may precipitate into something different altogether. So when we get those kinds of complaints, the very first thing that we do is we'll have Albert or Juan, his deputy, basically go out and make an assessment of what they see. If the claim is that it's damaging the water line or the water meter, either there's damage that could be seen at the surface. If there isn't, and we're unable to make that assessment, but they believe they've done it, or that they have had a plumber come out and make that assessment and make those repairs. We tell them if they believe that the damage was caused by the tree, they may feel the right to file basically a complaint or at least file something against with the city in order to get reimbursed for damages caused by city facility. That goes to our risk management and human resources, and they'll make the assessments, and we'll provide them any of our input at that particular point. If it's something that's been excavated and they've determined that it has caused that damage and there's something that we can do with cutting the roots back or pruning some of those roots back and away from the other facilities, we'll do some of that. But what we will not do is actually to remove the tree as a result of that. I mean, someone can go as far as tap in a brand new service and or relocate their water service if that's really a concern for them. And again, if they feel like they have a legitimate claim against the city, then we direct them to file that through our human resources department. But again, unless we are seeing that tree is causing some significant damage, we won't start exploring the possibility of removing it. I think you recall, Mayor, one of the trees in the north end of the city that we did get several complaints about, Albert and his team had taken several investigations and actually conducted it even after the last email was received and couldn't find any supporting evidence for the tree removal. And we could not support the removal and the recommendation to the resident. The resident was unhappy with our determination. I believe they tried to discuss that with you to see if that could result in the removal of the tree. And I believe at that time you supported the healthy tree to basically remain. So that's essentially the process and the procedure we would go through.
Yeah, I would certainly support leaving the tree as long as it's not doing damage, as you mentioned in your presentation, or if there is damage done, then, trimming the roots that are doing the damage. And that can be reimbursed. I mean, often you have these sewer backups and you don't have time to call the city. You don't have time to do anything. You get a sewer backup. You've got to get it fixed. You got to get it fixed right now. And it's a lot of money. But you can go back to the city afterwards and get compensated if it's proven that it was a city tree doing the damage?
It can. That lateral is the responsibility of the property owner to begin with, but we also provide a service to the residents that if they let us know that they're having an issue at that lateral and there's a clean out that's available in their front yard, our crews will actually help with that. They will do the clearing of those roots. And we also have an application, a phone application that will disintegrate any of those roots that have entered into that sewer lateral. So it minimizes the impact that the roots are actually impacting on the sewer flow.
Well, like I said, these things happen at the last second, the toilet's backed up, the sink's backed up. People don't know what's going on, just got to get things cleared out, and they clear it out and it costs them a lot of money. And then they look around and they go, oh, the only tree nearby is a city tree. And the plumber tells them, yeah, the city tree, we put our camera through and we saw the root coming through. But it's fixed, the work's done, the bill's paid. Do they have that option to go back to the city to be compensated for the damage the city tree did to the lateral out to the sewer line?
They do. They often do file those claims with our Human Resources Department or through the city clerk's office. Our Human Resources Department risk manager will reach out to us. We'll conduct our investigation, providing any of that background information, even the assessment of the tree, its proximity to the sewer line, and then they will make the determination whether that was plausible or not. Sometimes there are multitudes of trees out there, private property, public right of way, and it may be indeterminate as to what the actual cause is, but we work through our risk manager to provide that background.
Right. Okay. Lastly, I'd just like to say, I think we should probably give more time to the activists that have been pushing this to respond. I talked to both of them today. They were on vacation and didn't really know this was coming. So I want to bring this back. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah. Hey, Rob, could you share again the PowerPoint? And then I need to share the screen. So if you could share it real briefly. Specifically, the slide that talks about replacement after construction. Recommendation required for construction, but not for sale. And then required builders to notify Public Works that area during construction. Okay. 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 So, I think it should be a lot more than just notify Public Works. Listen, this should be tough to do, to take out a big tree. I mean, these trees take 25, 30, 40 years to grow. And just with, one 10-minute chainsaw to go through this, or 30 minutes with a chainsaw and uproot trees, it really damages the integrity of a street. It changes the street itself. And this shouldn't be difficult. Years ago, I traveled to Memphis and I said, oh my gosh, the neighborhoods here are so beautiful. What's the secret to it? And then somebody told me they keep their trees during construction. And it really changes the integrity of a neighborhood when you take out a tree. It should be difficult. And contrary to that, I lived in Atlanta for 4 years and they would just wholesale rip out whole groves of trees and burn them, which was just horrible to watch. And, we don't want to be Atlanta. We want to be Memphis in this case. We want to make it difficult for people to take out a tree unless it's absolutely necessary. If builders can find a way to work around it, make it a little bit more challenging. And if not, it should be on an owner to purchase the tree that's taken out. They're spending $1.5 million on a house. I don't think $1,000 for a grown tree is too much to ask. We're asking to spend $25,000 in Quimby fees. 4% of that is to replace a tree. I don't know how much it costs to replace a mature tree, but it certainly takes a lot of time for us to do that. And I really think we should be very careful about this. Rob, can you go to the slide that talks about the criteria that we use to take out a tree?
Councilman Lowenstein, before we go to that other slide, I just wanted to say on the public right of way, there is a requirement that any contractor that's going to be working has to get a permit. And if they come through our engineering team, which they're obligated to do, and there is a tree that's identified on their plan that's going to be anywhere in proximity, Albert is notified and we require them to work with Albert at that particular point to make sure that that tree is protected and they are not necessarily damaging the tree or the tree roots. I think the key in all of that is getting that notification and getting ahead of it and not necessarily having to backtrack against a contractor that starts work or initiates work without a permit, where we're, as you said, we're having to backpedal to try to preserve the tree or address that issue.
So the public right of way being the parkway between the street and the sidewalk, but I've seen them taken out and for no reason. I've seen in my own neighborhood, I've seen it. And
all I'm saying is that they are obligated to have a permit before they do any of that work. It's sometimes when people work outside of a permit or try to do some of these work by weekend warriors, if that's the right way to call it, where we're having to find out after the fact. That is problematic. You're absolutely correct.
How often do we turn down a permit based on the fact that they're taking out a mature tree?
We don't turn down the permit. We actually review that permit relative to the development plan that was submitted. And if the tree was identified as a tree to be preserved, then we're doing everything in our powers to preserve the tree. What we're also looking for is to make sure that that contractor is not working near the roots or near the trunk of the tree where they could do significant damage to the health and safety of the tree. That is a bigger concern that we're very, very aware of.
Yeah, but Ted, how often do they say, well, I can't get my construction equipment in there because of this tree?
Believe it or not, for construction equipment, a lot of what we have to deal with is at the tail end of a project where they would have veered off or changed from their original design without necessarily coming through planning or engineering. And we're trying to find a way to basically accommodate them. And many of the times we'll basically redirect them and say, no, if your driveway is going to be offset by X number of feet, that's what you're going to have to do, rather than just blatantly approve the removal of the tree.
Well, I've seen trees ripped out of the medians and then small saplings placed there instead of larger mature trees. And I think that's really sad to see that. I've seen it in a number of neighborhoods here, and I think that's a real challenge. You know, what we're going to end up having is neighborhoods like in some of the neighborhoods in North Redondo that have no trees in the parkways, you know, and I don't want to see that. It's even some streets in District 2 that are like that. And I really don't want to see that. I mean, that would be not good for the neighborhoods. Could we go, Rob, to the slide that talks about the criteria?
Sure.
Okay. Okay, so it's either tree health issues or damaged infrastructure or safety hazards or removals not approved for view preservation. Okay, so I'd like to share something. So so it's either health, infrastructure, or safety primarily. Could I share something? I'd like to share my screen.
Okay.
Just do a share screen.
Okay.
I know, but it was taken, so thank you. Okay, can you see my screen? You can see my screen with Vaughn's here, or no?
Yes, with the paper.
Yes.
Okay, so this is Vaughn's. There's a number of mature trees on this street. I don't see damaged infrastructure on this. I don't see safety issues. I don't see tree health. All these trees are in good shape, yet we're going to be mowing them down soon. And I think we're actually going against our own policies to do something like this. Why would we do this? This was done over this part of the parking lot about 2 years ago. And now we're doing the same thing on this side of it. Maybe because the owner of the shopping center doesn't want it. We should make it very difficult for them to for us to take this down. I mean, these are very old trees that really add to the street. People are going to be shocked when these things come down and they're going to see saplings replacing them. I mean, they're going to be really upset. And I personally, I mean, I don't see that much damage to infrastructure. This is nothing compared to, you know, take a drive along 190th by Herbalife and see the sidewalks there. They're like this because of the ficus trees. Yet we're ripping these trees out. Why? Why would we be doing that? It doesn't seem to fit any of our criteria. So maybe I'd like to hear.
Are these trees slated for removal?
Yeah.
I mean, it's just obnoxious. Same thing happened in Riviera Village because they were ripping up the sidewalk, and now you've got little tiny saplings and those big, beautiful, mature trees that were there all gone. And again, it's staff discretion. Staff discretion. And I just think the council needs to start passing ordinances that don't just give staff to walk out there and go, yeah, let's take down these big, beautiful trees because the store wants them down or because the sidewalks are being damaged or any. I mean, and you just end up with saplings and the whole character of the town has changed.
Yeah, I mean, these are really nice trees. And I questioned this when we talked about this before. What am I missing here? It doesn't look that the sidewalks are in bad shape at all. It doesn't seem like the trees are in bad shape at all. There's no safety hazard here. Maybe they're not as desirable as some other trees, but my gosh, these are mature trees that we should be protecting. So I mean, that's the problem with leaving this to discretion, like the mayor said. This needs to be challenged because it can't just say, okay, well, let's rip them out. Then you're going to have a very ugly street. So anyway, that's my thought on it. Maybe you guys can respond to it, but I don't see how we're keeping in line with our own policies when we're doing that. And you know, we should be fighting hard to keep these trees. So that's it. Thank you.
Councilman Lowenstein, I may answer that question and ask for some additional information. These trees are the flaxleaf paper bark. They are mature. We have had some significant damage. Yes, the image that you're showing may not show a 3-inch uplift. So exactly where the area is you're talking about on 190th, where you can actually see the bottom of the concrete sidewalk, let alone how it's actually been uplifted. But there has been significant damage on both private property and public right-of-way side of that. There's also a travel improvement that we talked about, and we brought this initially to the city council for review. It wasn't strictly staff discretion at this particular case. We brought this forward. We did have to go through that discussion and that conversation. In addition to that, we have agreed for the council's request that we would not be planting, you call them saplings, standard 24-inch box trees. We are going to be bringing in 48-inch box trees, which are significantly larger in size, larger in caliber in terms of the trunk diameter, and then the canopy of the tree itself. These are trees that we have seen over time drop branches. They have, again, done some significant impact to our infrastructure. And we did bring this conversation to the city council when we were talking about the Burl Street improvements and the proposed improvements to both pedestrians, our landscaping, and the roadway itself. So there's more to add on the history of these trees. I know you've got some history, you and Albert have some history on them as well.
Well, I don't see 3 inches uplift, first of all, as being incredibly significant. Again, travel on 190th, that's a foot, if not more. I mean, those sidewalks are just destroyed. I understand this isn't ideal, that sometimes it does raise a part of it, but it didn't look significant to me. Maybe I can walk out there with you.
Yeah, absolutely. I would be open to that. And keep in mind, in situations like this, and I've done several projects where trees were impacted and we had to do some root pruning. Those kinds of trees, the impact and the proximity that they have to the sidewalk, absolutely, you can go ahead and root prune the trees so that you're preserving them. But when you root prune a tree, especially a tree of that caliber and of that size, you've actually disproportionately allowed the weight support structure to be supported by the root system. And those trees are inevitable as far as failure and falling. That's part of the recommendation. This is a tree that's actually on and encroaching into the sidewalk area. It's not a tree that is several feet away from the sidewalk for that consideration. And I'm absolutely very happy to go out with you and walk through them tree by tree, by all means.
Well, Ted, if they're 48-inch pallets or 48-inch beds, how long will it take to grow to this height and this much canopy?
It depends. It really varies on the species of the trees. I mean, you mentioned ficus a few minutes ago about another location. Ficus are very fast-growing trees. Creek myrtles, which are one of the pallet trees that are down in Riviera Village, are purposely slower maturing trees so that they take time before they start to do any damage to the public infrastructure. And I don't recall the species of trees that was recommended for here, but I can definitely bring that forward and talk about the growth rate of that tree.
Okay, well, I think the public's going to be pretty upset when these things are mowed down. I really do. So, and they're going to say, well, why'd you do this? And I'm not going to have a good answer for them. You know, so I think this was just an example. I'm not trying to pick on you guys, but it's an example of us not doing everything we can to save mature trees.
Yeah, no, I perfectly understand. And we're actually in that predicament on a regular basis, whether it be from a roadway project or resident requests, where, you know, we're having to make that assessment. The beautiful mature tree is the damage at that point where can we preserve the tree and sustain safety at the same time? If not, are there things that we know or investigative elements that we know that may not be visible on the surface that our arborists may know better about, et cetera. So yes, you're right. Those are challenges that we really have to review on a regular basis.
Thank you, Ted.
Yeah, I mean, this is the crux of the issue, really, for I think a lot of us, because they see these big trees get cut down, and then, well, what happened? And there's a lot of crossover between public safety and damage, and so and it just seems like we're always leaning towards well, if there's significant damage, and we're going to just take them down, where it's not as much a public safety issue, other than a raised sidewalk, which that's why we have grinders. So yeah, I mean, I feel your pain, Ted, and I've spoken to you linked out in the village, and I wish some of those trees would have been left. But again, I just think you're seeing a different policy from this council that would lean more towards trying to save these instead of just, cut them down because they're causing damage, quote unquote. I mean, and it's really just sidewalk damage. And if it's more significant damage, fine. But I just think, I guess what you're going to hear from others and been hearing is that, we want to lean more towards saving these trees and not focusing as much on this damage that we can repair. So I keep moving. Anyway, Councilmember Nairnet.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. All right, so a couple of questions here. You had a slide there, how many trees were installed or planted, 102. How many trees were actually taken out in that year?
Albert, could you help with that?
Yes, on a special request, we didn't remove more than 5 for construction. Dead trees, it was about 15 trees. I don't have the number right in front of me, but it wasn't a large number. No more than 15.
Yeah, that would be good to have in that report, because at the end of the day, we need to be net positive, right? And that's what people are worried about. And when it comes to the tree canopy, when we replant trees like old trees with large canopies and replant them with palm trees that have very small or no canopies, the public and community doesn't see a benefit for that. Which leads me to my question of the heritage tree. I think we need to define what a heritage tree is and preserve those heritage trees, specifically in the rights of way. So I don't want to see the biggest question or complaint I have is when there's new construction and somebody tears down a house and they build a new house and they just simply want to move the driveway from one side to the other side. And that's the majority of times that people just want to say, hey, I'm just going to move my driveway. And then they get rid of a particular tree. So I would want to see in the right of way, public right of way, that people just can't take out a heritage tree in the public right of way for whatever purposes, for just to move a driveway from one side to the other side or new construction. Only removal of a heritage tree in the public right of way in a public park space there, if it's sick, if it's doing significant damage that we can't fix to infrastructure, such as the sewer lines. The other issue I have, or question I have here, is when it comes to private property, I want to be very respectful of people's private property. If the tree is in a setback zone where the owner cannot build on, so for instance, if it's an old tree and the tree is within the setback, then I would say to designate that as a heritage tree and not be able to remove that tree. Sorry, my computer's acting funny here. And then commercial set. I'm not sure on commercial areas, because the commercial areas, I don't know what the setbacks are there, but I would apply the same principle to the commercial setbacks. If there's a setback within an area, they can't remove a heritage tree. And then when it comes to the Environmental Commission, there's a question in the staff report regarding if we want to, where is it here? If we want to have a new commissioner to review tree-related issues. No, I don't believe we need to do that, but I do believe we need to have an environmental commission. And I think Mike Wazanski, we had this in our budget motion an environmental commission. Did we have something like that in there? Can you refresh my memory what we had in there? I know we talked with you about that specifically.
Yeah, we did. We talked about it. I think we might have a referral to come back with a conversation about either creating a new commission or actually pairing it with another. I've got to go back and look at the details. I'm a little fuzzy on it too.
Okay, and that's fine. I mean, I don't want to create a whole new commission if the Public Works, because I see value for the Public Works and the Parks Commission to come together and do some sort of environmental commission every quarter to set these standards and guidelines or review a lot of these guidelines and standards. I think it would be really important because as Councilmember Lowenstein pointed out, it's about the tree canopy. If a tree is really old, people see value in that. And if it's replaced with just a simple palm tree, people don't see the value in that. The last thing I have in my notes here is what kind of heritage trees we want to have. I don't believe a ficus tree should necessarily qualify for a heritage tree because they do grow really quickly. They do have significant impacts to structure, but like our fig trees that we have. I mean, our fig tree that's 110, 120-year-old fig tree that's sitting next to the old library, that's not a protected tree. Is that correct? Hello, Ted?
I thought it was connected to the library, to the historic library as an historic sort of area. My understanding, it is designated and it's actually fenced off for that reason, so that tree is protected.
But it's not in an ordinance wise, it's not protected. We've done things to protect the tree. That's awesome, but we don't have it legally speaking as an ordinance.
I would have to research that just to see. I thought there was a designation to protect it, whether that's through an ordinance or some other historic designation that I'm not aware of.
Okay, and so what I would like to see coming back in the ordinance, we define what particular trees would fall into the category as a heritage tree. So for instance, one of those type of fig trees that grow large, 100 years old. I mean, that's a heritage tree. We have large old trees that grow slowly and protect those trees over a ficus tree that grows really quickly and sucks water, does massive infrastructure changes not changes, sorry. You know what I mean? So anyways, that's my point. That's what I would like to see is define that and in the parkway space, not just allow for a heritage tree, an older tree to be taken down just for the movement of a driveway. And when it comes to the commissions, same thing. I think Parkway, what else on here? Heritage, I think that's it. Comments there, Ted?
Yeah, just a thought, Councilman Nierenheim. I think we agree and we share those same thoughts, even without the written policy, if you will, or the ordinance. You called them heritage trees in terms of what the Encinitas model was looking at. When Kensington was developed, there were several trees to be removed. In particular, there are 2 eucalyptus trees that are massive on the Nob hillside of it that they were slated for removal, especially since they wanted to put a driveway there. We actually argued with them and had them shift the location of the driveway, preserve the trees, and made sure that they worked away from those trees. So those trees were actually preserved. And as you said, the city sees value in these mature, beautiful, healthy trees, and we want to be able to preserve them. On the Avenue A side, there were several palm trees that initially they wanted to remove. I think they removed the pygmies and the small little palms that were there, but the larger, more majestic palm trees that were there, they were not able to remove. We asked them to preserve those trees. As a matter of fact, we added trees in between them as part of that requirement for their offsite improvements. So just wanted to share that we agree, even though it wasn't necessarily a written policy.
Yeah, and
are the applications that we've been working through as well.
I totally respect that, Ted. I think that's awesome, but I want to codify that now and respect that language long term because I don't want some other staff member to come in and all of a sudden trees start disappearing. The trees are long term, and I do want to protect trees that are specific heritage trees in setback zones, and that we save those too because those do have value for the community as a whole. And I don't want, again, somebody just come in and just take a tree out, old tree on private property in a setback where they can't build just because they want to put a driveway in there now or something. So some of my comments for now.
We understand.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I want to say thank you to Laura and Tamara for working on this and sending this back to us many weeks ago. We appreciate it. Let me start my remarks by just saying also that I think this is something that we got to discuss over many weeks and many meetings, much like the budget or RENA, because it's something that's important that shapes the character of our community. We just had a South Bay COG meeting where we discussed SB1, which affects the 405 corridor plan. We're talking about how you insulate communities from inequities resulting from having the 405 near them. And one of the ideas that I advance is planting large trees near the freeway to keep the pollution away from the communities, insulate the communities from the noise, and obviously they have air cleaning qualities. So I think we really need to pass an ordinance eventually that signalizes to everybody that trees are very important in our city. And I see that, I hear that from you, Ted, that your Public Works Department does share that same sentiment. I agree with Councilmember Nierenheim that the heritage designation needs to have a specific size, age, or something like that, or multi-characteristic qualification, any one of which would qualify a tree as a heritage tree, rather than us having to go around and actually designate trees, which I don't think is going to happen. I do believe that some regulation of trees on private property, especially old trees, is required. Think about the public hearing that we had here recently from District 3. The echo issues would not have existed. The privacy issues wouldn't have existed if the big trees that the project advocate removed had not been removed. People don't appreciate all the consequences of removing trees before they do it, which means also that there needs to be enforcement of penalties if people do unlawfully remove the trees. Either it's a fine paid to the city, significant enough to be able to buy a new mature tree and plant a new mature tree, or a sentence. Hopefully we're going more towards fines under an administrative review ordinance, but that's going to be an important aspect of this. I wonder about why our policy is that the public cannot trim, that the private citizens cannot trim trees in the public right of way. During my campaign, I heard about residents on Grant Avenue that had cars parked outside their house, so the trees never got trimmed, or in front of their apartment complex, and then they didn't ever, they weren't using Access Redondo. They never got the trees eventually trimmed, and so their tree in front of their place was the one place that wasn't trimmed. I also met with the owners of this house, or renters of this house, whoever the occupants. They said this tree drops lots of sharp thistles or thorns, and when the wind blows, it blows right into their house. If they could just trim some of these leaves when the thorns are blooming, that would be a huge relief to them. With that said, I can see how allowing private citizens to trim trees on public property could become a thorny issue, no pun intended. I wonder about the setback zone, trees being the setback zone, whether it's going to have an impact on walls or foundations and the like. So I just do think we need to get a rigorous procedure going through a commission, be it Public Works or Planning, before a heritage tree, however that ends up being defined, is cut down. And that there should be an appellate process if there are advocates for preserving that tree to bring it to the city council, perhaps identical to the other appellate process we're developing for. But thanks, those are my comments.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, so I'll just make some comments based on the presentation. In general, I think we've been pretty in sync as a body for the past few years regarding what we want to see. We want to see our canopy grow throughout the city. I think we need to continue making that investment into the tree fund and planting more trees where possible. I think within each of our districts where we see public right-of-way areas where there are wells, I'm pretty sure Alberto and Public Works have identified possible wells where trees can be planted. So maybe sharing that information with council members might be helpful because they can make specific requests, on a go forward basis. But the simple fact of the matter is I think we all want to see that improve, and hence why this is coming back. So I agree with Nils that it would be good, even though we do have criteria and staff is already taking a very holistic approach and a careful approach with this. I think it's not a bad idea to codify it to ensure that it continues, regardless of where staff is at any given point in time in the future. Regarding the draft template ordinance suggestions, I agree that we should continue to maintain all the public trees as we're doing on the grid. That seems to have worked fine, and I find that I just have to communicate to residents when their trees will be trimmed. And I have had a handful of instances where staff has been able to accommodate some special issue, off cycle. I agree. We already have an urban forestry manager, and Alberto is highly responsive. Just dealt with a tree issue for me in the past week. Regarding the commissions, I don't think we need a separate commission. To Councilmember Narenheim's point about an environmental commission, one thing I've thought is I don't think we necessarily need an environmental commission. What I think is each of our commissions needs a set of environmental guidelines that they need to operate under and consider as a part of their decision-making process. And that should be true for all our commissions. If we have policies that we've set as a body or that we would like to see, then every commission should be considering them no different than they consider other policies that may affect the work that they do in their advisory or quasi-judicial ways of performing. The protected trees on public property. I can go either way on this, whether we create a heritage tree designation or just maintain our current practice. Again, I think this may have something more to do with whether we are officially codifying something. One note I do want to make is, so regarding like what we would call the problem trees, right? In this day and age, no city arborist would plant a magnolia tree or a ficus tree, any of what we would call the root invasive problem trees, right? Because they do create, they have long-term implications, especially from a cost perspective related to infrastructure, which only goes up exponentially on a year-by-year basis. So, one thing we may want to talk about further to Councilmember Obaji's point in having an extended conversation around this is we do have areas of the city, particularly in like say the Franklin Park area that is all magnolias. We have an enormous amount of road issues, sidewalk issues, ponding issues, all the things that are created by the trees, right? And then residents want to see those issues taken care of. And then those become CIP projects, which take a while to happen. And so where we do have trees that are problematic, I think having a plan for replacing with large box trees that are that have the ability, to Todd's point made earlier, right, that have the ability to grow at a more rapid rate. Right, there's nothing, and we redid the Ensenada Parquet, and we planted some trees there that are saplings. I don't think they've grown in 4 years. There's still these tiny little saplings, and that's frustrating and sad to see. So Todd has a very valid point. If we're going to replace a tree, it should be at a minimum a 48-inch box, right? And so that there comes with a cost with that, but that should be again a policy, right? And it should be a species that Alberto would choose that actually can grow, at a height that will be better than maybe what it was replacing, and have a canopy. I think that's one of the things. Some of these trees, like those paper bark trees on Beryl, while they've been there for a while and are old, they don't have some of those beautiful canopies that, stretch over the street and provide the shade to the street that would actually remove the heat issues that can be captured. So I think there's definitely room for further discussion here. And in setting that policy, I think it helps direct staff in continuing the process that they are already doing, but maybe even with a heightened effort. The private property thing, I actually think what Councilmember Narenheim said has some merit, and this is clearly a conversation I think we'll need to have with Brandy and her team, especially as we go into design guidelines and stuff like that in these coming years. But the setback aspect of the conversation, that I find intriguing, right? I'm granted, I never want to see, a big tree go away on a piece of private property if it doesn't have to. But when people are maximizing their lots these days, clearly we see the eradication of trees at a clip. And so I think there's definitely more communication and conversation that can happen around this. And I'm interested in exploring that in the setback perspective, especially to the point that Councilmember Obaji made about a rear setback. If you're going to remove a tree because of allergy issues, can you be required as, per the planning department to replace those trees with something that do not have that same effect, but also create the benefits and the privacy elements that previous trees had. So I'm up for a conversation around that. The protection of trees during construction, I think the way I heard what Councilmember Lowenstein was getting at is that there's not enough teeth behind that. And that while they are required to Ted's point, the weekend warriors can come in and just remove something and then say, oops, sorry. And so I don't know how you fix that, but I think Todd makes a valid point that, if there is some way, and that I think also may be a conversation with Brandy's team as well when it comes to permitting. But I'm open to discussion there as to how to do a better job of making sure that trees aren't inadvertently removed without our knowledge, just because it creates an inconvenience for the property owner. The adding trees during construction property sale, clearly I think we already do a pretty good job of requiring that for redevelopment type projects, and maybe we can do better. And maybe it comes down to the point I just mentioned a couple minutes ago, where Alberto is a part of that conversation and working, we are offering our tree palette that he's designed and the types of species we would like to see that will grow faster and create a canopy within that development that makes more sense for us. The idea, though, of tying something to a sale of a property, that gets a little wonky for me, and I don't know that we would want to broach that. I think, having to have somebody plant a tree before they can sell their house, or that gets a little weird there. If it's on the public right of way, and if that's what that's referring to, I think that's that's something that we can handle as a city. If we see an area where there is a need for trees, as I mentioned at the head of these comments, then we should do our best to include those in our annual plan of getting some new tree wells filled. So I think that's my comments.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Horvath. As we're seeing a lot of different ideas here, it's probably going to have to come back. But Councilmember MD.
So we've mentioned a few times what a great job the staff's doing and our arborists are doing and our trees are doing. I just don't understand. I'm unclear as to what problem are we actually trying to solve. If we're trying to increase our tree canopy, it seems like we have a great staff that can help us identify places to do that. And I think each one of us has a place where we could do that. We could solve two problems at the same time, which is to create a bigger tree canopy and possibly narrow some roadways to slow traffic down. For example, up and down Beeland Avenue would be a great place to put medians with trees in it. And instead of having expansive asphalt, we would actually have a huge increase in tree canopy in that area. And I'm sure each and every one of you have a place where we could do that. Again, I'm not sure what the problem is we're trying to solve, because there's been, every time I've called Alberto, he's had no problem with coming and addressing it, of taking care of trees. A couple comments were made that I want to get clarification from staff. One is, what if somebody does trim a tree that's in front of their house in the right of way? What do they get in trouble? Is there a problem with that? I mean, if they trim it ahead of the 4-year schedule?
No, and maybe I'll answer that. Can they get in trouble? Yes, because one, there's obviously a huge risk and liability, which is one of the primary reasons why we don't allow residents to work on public infrastructure. The trouble is that if we catch them, or if we have evidence that they tampered with the tree, our public works inspector could be dispatched immediately. We put a stop work order for them, and then we'll address it further. If the inquiry in the request is to have a tree trimmed outside of grid, so let's say you're in grid 4 and a year has gone by and you felt that the tree has grown much too fast and you'd like to have it trimmed and don't want to wait for the extra 4 years, we do offer the ability for, actually there's a few choices, right? The first choice is when we receive that request from you as a council, we've looked at, and a few occasions, we've actually trimmed trees out of grid, out of their particular year in sequence. But a resident explicitly can request that tree to be trimmed and pay for that. And the way that they would pay for it is it's exactly the fixed rate that we've received from WCA. They would not have to go shop around for a contractor. They don't have to have any additional permits. And if the tree, and I'm going to be hypothetical number, if it's a 24-inch diameter tree and the cost for trimming that tree is $300, they would pay the city the $300. The city basically becomes a pass-through to WCA. WCA schedules the work and gets that tree trimmed and completed. Our residents also have the choice of having a tree trimmed by their own contractor, but that contractor has to be a licensed landscape contractor that has the right tools, equipment, and licenses to do this kind of work. When they do that, that contractor does have to come to our engineering division to pull a permit for doing work in the public right-of-way, which then requires a deposit, insurance, permit fees, etc. From a costing perspective alone, it's usually a lot less expensive for the resident to pay the WCA rate that has been holistically a much more competitive rate when they do that for the entire city. So there are options for them, but it is not up to the resident themselves to take that work upon themselves.
So you say they could get in trouble. What does that mean? Because they're talking about fines and other things. So what would that mean?
I don't
What's
know.
the current policy?
Yeah, I don't know if we have a fine per se. I do know that we could stop the work, and if there's corrective work that has to be done by WCA, let's say they damaged the tree or trimmed the tree in a way.
No. Let's just assume they're doing a great job. They trimmed the tree. They did a great job.
Yeah, honestly, I don't think that we actually have a penalty that they would have to pay. The other part I was saying is that if they're caught in the middle of it and we have to complete the job and call in WCA, the penalty is that they would have to pay whatever the WCA costs are and whatever the staff time was to go and stop the work, investigate it, and take the corrective actions.
So either way, they'd get a trim tree.
Yes, they would.
Okay. And so sidewalks, I heard that somebody say, well, that's what grinders are for, and it's a 3-inch sidewalks. Can I get clarification as to, I thought when we were doing grinding of sidewalks, there was a limit of how far we could grind and how much we could actually replace. And what's the policy on the sidewalk grinding?
It is, the actual sidewalk thickness is 3.5 inches. It's set by a 2x4 form, so it's actually 3.5 inches of concrete. We've set the limit of 1.5 inches for grindable work. Anything in excess of 1.5 inches becomes a full removal, because then that jeopardizes the actual structural integrity of this concrete sidewalk.
So you really can't grind down something that's more than 1.5 inches, or
Right.
you set the policy accordingly. And so, okay, so that's part of the problem on that. And So Alberto's gone through lots of trouble. It seems to be in the beginning of my terms that he had a huge tree canopy. It's mind-boggling on the amount of trees, the flexibility on the trees you can do in Redondo Beach. Correct? I mean, it's how many trees are possible in this area in Redondo. Right? I mean, isn't it like, it seems like it's like 50 different options of trees. I mean, you have a variety of trees you can put in, right? It doesn't have to be stuck to ficuses or magnolias or whatever is there right now, right?
Yeah, and maybe Albert, I'll let you answer a little bit more. I can tell you ficus is not on that list anymore. Magnolias, there is a new species of magnolia that's not as invasive as the old species. And Albert, do you want to talk about that tree master list that you originally created?
Yes. Yeah. Good evening, Council. In the options, there's a total of about 18 different trees and options, but it's not limited to only those. I mean, we're not gonna be able to put every single option that is out there. Some residents come up with like, I like this certain tree and it's not on the list. If it's a tree that fits, the growth pattern, the habit and the size of the parkway, it is allowed. I mean, we consider it, we look at the tree and the growth habit, and if it's a good tree for the area, it is a acceptable tree. It's not always just hold on to those 18 trees that we have on the master plan. It's open for more.
And as far as removing trees that are there's that feedback. Did you guys hear that?
Albert, you need to mute your voice.
There we go. You were hearing Albert's computer.
Oh, okay. So the questions I'm going to need answered is, what problem are we trying to solve? I think staff's doing a fantastic job. I think we need to identify more places to put more trees. If the problem to solve is that we want to increase our tree canopy, which I think would be great. I don't know how to solve the problem if I don't know what the actual problem is and what's been taken down, because like I said, every tree that I've ever had we've had a kind of issue with, anything that's disasters happened, our guys have been there right away. They've taken care of it. Matter of fact, there's been trees that people have wanted removed and city wouldn't let them remove them. So I don't see that this is a situation where the staff is not following the direction or the intent of council. I think they're already doing that. And we also have an inroad if we wanted to. If for some reason Albert was to leave our city, which I hope he never will, but if he was, and somebody else came in and decided they wanted to completely remove trees, anybody who's taken the time to get certified as an arborist, I just can't imagine that's going to be their intent. But if they were, we have steps to do that. We can go tell the city manager, this is not okay. We can bring them to council. We have different ways to be able to do that. One last, and it's possibly for legal. The reason why sidewalks is such an issue, what are some of the consequences if we were to let the sidewalks just kind of go as a trip hazard of some kind?
We could get sued and we would lose. And if it's a non-trivial defect and they can show we knew or should have known about that. Interestingly enough, I think we're all affected by who we hear from. I hear all the time from residents who want trees removed and who are complaining that the arborist won't remove the tree. And it typically involves claims of liability risk from the city of trees dropping in branches. And so, just from the people I hear from, they're mad that staff isn't allowing trees that they think should be removed and that they're claiming is, and sometimes justifiably so, that is a danger. And so staff is in a difficult position in terms of balancing those issues out.
Great, thank you. Okay, so last point. So when you were talking about when a new construction comes in and whether or not you would have to move a tree for a driveway or something along those lines, are you talking about just the trees that are in the public right of way, or are you talking about trees that are on the private property?
I can speak to the public right of way, and yes, that is a topic that we discussed. Brandy, I don't know, I know your guys on the planning side, the planners do look at the vegetation that's on site, so maybe you can answer the private property side.
Yeah, on the private property side, we do have a little bit in our landscaping regulations regarding, if trees cannot be retained, that they would have to plant a 36-inch box tree in the front yard. So there is, a little bit of a requirement there. And then in R1, where there are no parkways, there is a requirement to plant a tree in the front yard. But it's really limited on what the regulations require for trees in the private property.
Okay, I was just asking because I was thinking, oh, great. So if you're somebody who didn't want to had a 1,200 square foot house on a 6,000 square foot lot, and you don't want a developer to come in and make it bigger, you could just plant a whole bunch of trees and then they wouldn't be able to remove them. But that's not the case.
Right.
Okay, just checking. All right, that was it. Oh, and I don't know if you wanted to make a motion wanted me to make a motion to postpone this.
Why don't we hear
No,
from the
public
public?
comment.
People who, some activists have done a lot of work on this,
Okay.
want to speak. But I will say, one of the problems that need fixing, because you asked about what are we fixing? I think we need to take staff out of the equation. The council needs to set guidelines, at least guidelines, if not an ordinance. So staff doesn't put on the front lines of making these discretionary decisions about, whether to move a certain tree or not. The council's made specific findings, then yeah, that kind of takes the heat off of them, and they're not having to show discretion and be on the front lines with the residents. Yeah, and as far as requirements, like, is it required for our parks manager to be an arborist? Ted, is that part of the job description?
It is, Your Honor, yes.
Yeah, see, so that's fantastic. So we know that our parks manager is in charge of this. It has to be a certified arborist. Yeah, in terms of sidewalks, I mean, city got sued. I think one of our settlements was for $150,000 over someone who tripped over a raised sidewalk. This was several years ago, and it was just a sidewalk we hadn't grinded. So tree, no tree, we have to keep our sidewalks grinded. And yeah, in terms of, lifting up sidewalks, I mean, that just happens. And if you can't grind it, then you replace the cement or you redo it so that you don't have to grind it and it's still not a hazard. I mean, grinding is not the only option for making room for a big, beautiful tree. There's a lot of other options. So I think that's just kind of my priority anyway, is to try to find a way to save some of these larger trees that while they may have lifted up the sidewalk, they're big, beautiful, large canopy. And it's not really just a matter of count, right? It's also canopy. I don't know if anybody ever calculates actual canopy, but yeah, we could go around and remove all the ficus trees. We hear nothing but terrible things about ficus trees, and yet they're big, beautiful, and provide a lot of shade and habitat and everything else. But I don't think anybody would favor running around removing all the ficus trees because they're a problem. I think, honestly, you just have to take it on a case-by-case basis. And I have to say, likewise, and share with everybody, the staff has done a fantastic job. I have no complaints about our current staff, none whatsoever. Every time there's been some sort of tree problem, I had needed a tree died on the parkway out in front of my house. I called staff, came out and put a tree up. And I know they do that for everybody. Likewise, there were some problem trees down the street that somebody called about and said, these trees need to get trimmed because they have huge droppings and they're not safe. And staff went over, looked at it and said, yep, and they trimmed them out of cycle at request of the residents. So just every time I've turned to staff, they've come out and they've given a solid assessment. And I think, in that sense, I have no complaints at all, but I do get, suggestions all the time from residents about where's the tree ordinance? what, as City Attorney Mike Webb said, I get more requests for Wisen staff removing a tree. One time they went out and removed a tree at the request of a resident. I don't remember all the details, but the rest of the neighbors got very angry about it. And so again, staff was on the front lines having to explain why they did something without clear guidelines. So if not an ordinance, we should certainly have guidelines. We've heard a lot of different things. So why don't we go to the public? Because I know they've been patiently waiting. And last time some of them were made to wait till 11 o'clock at night. So are there any public comments on this, Eleanor?
Okay, so yeah, I have some, let's see if they want, I don't see their hands raised, but I'm gonna go ahead and, okay, there goes one. Okay, let's, Mara Lang. There you go.
Hi. Okay, so I'm one of the authors of the ordinance that was reviewed tonight, and I did prepare a statement, but before I read that, I know I only have 3 minutes, but so there was a discussion that was going on amongst all of you, and I think what I have always sort of wanted is to be for the community to be a part of the this open discussion about trees, because we're the ones who are basically, living in these neighborhoods, and we see the trees that go in and we see the trees that come out. And even though the staff says, I've talked to Alberto, I've talked to Ted, to Michael. Everyone has been so respectful, answered my questions. But what I do really notice is that everyone has a lot going on, and it doesn't feel like there's a lot of room purposely made in their day to focus on growing the tree canopy or, giving some of these difficult situations the attention they deserve, or come up with creative ideas to deal with the problem of a mature tree. And so moving forward, that is what I would hope, that we would get to a place. And so when we've talked about this commission, there's a lot of cities that have some sort of group of residents that come to the table and give feedback on different policies and ordinances. And so oftentimes these ordinances will start as one thing, and then they will grow as the city sort of grows into the first part of their ordinance, or they see places where they can improve. So I just, before I get to my what I prepared, I just wanted to preface it with that. So I first wanted to say thank you to the City Council for bringing back this topic to be considered and moving it to the front of the agenda, because I personally waited until 11 p.m. many times to speak. So I was on a trip when this weekend, and I got back to reception and saw that this was going to be on the agenda, and I got a little bit of panicky because I know that the community does want a tree ordinance, and I wasn't sure if we would be able to sort of let everyone know that wants to speak on this, that it was going to be heard this week. And I really didn't have time to prepare anything. So I'm like I said, I'm one of the two authors of the proposed tree ordinance. Together, Laura and I emailed our council and requested our ordinance to be considered. We envisioned our draft as a jumping off point and perhaps the first installment of an evolving ordinance that would grow to support the community's vision as a tree city. And to Laura's comment when she said, what's the problem that we're trying to solve with an ordinance? Actually, the council, I think, unanimously agreed to work towards the tree city certification. And one of the requirements is that we have, okay.
Motion to extend. Motion to extend.
Oh, okay.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, go ahead. Maria.
Okay, one of their requirements to get that certification is that you have an ordinance. And this is something that lots of cities have. I mean, I would say that most cities have some sort of tree ordinance. And also in light of the recent UN report on global warming, it's important to plan for the city's future and do the work now. We can cool our city by ensuring we have a thriving and sustainable canopy. It said we reviewed established ordinances from municipalities with thriving city tree programs. We highlighted the city of Encinitas and the city of Pasadena and included aspects of their functioning ordinance in our draft. You wouldn't know it from the staff report, but head to their city websites and you will find pages of resources on city trees, educational materials, inspiration, of course, their city tree ordinance, and an administrative manual meant to guide city staff and homeowners and policies pertaining to tree planting, removal, and maintenance in various different circumstances like construction, remodeling, landscaping, utility maintenance. They also brainstorm ways to keep mature trees that may be causing damage. If we follow the chain of logic, every single tree we put in the ground will eventually come up 30 years later when they crack the sidewalk. And perhaps we should be requiring a wider berth be given when new construction happens or new city planning. We seem to always be able to validate taking out mature trees, but other cities find ways to preserve their mature trees. What do they know that we don't? I read the staff's report on the ordinance, and the spirit of what we drafted, I believe, was missed. There were details that were incorrectly quoted. We proposed that the seller would be responsible for planting a tree in the public right-of-way before the closing of a sale, not the buyer. Additionally, Encinitas does not allow for the public to trim trees in the public right-of-way, and that was not something we proposed either. And actually the reason someone was, Zane was asking why we don't allow the public to trim trees in the public right away. And there's oftentimes, they do something called tree topping where they'll just, you don't even know if they're licensed tree trimmers. They'll come in and just kind of cut the top off. I mean, I've seen it happen tons of times. So I don't advocate for letting just any homeowner just come out and, hire whomever and trim that tree. Laura and I were brainstorming on how to come up with cost-saving measures that would get trees in the ground. And that's why we were looking at the home seller would be invested on checking that box and getting a tree in the ground. And she has some really good logic behind that idea. And we've also spent many hours, like I said, walking our neighborhoods and surveying the trees we have and don't have. We've seen homes taken down, built up, and no tree in front ever planted again. So although we have this policy in place, the reason why I've continued to come back to the table is because I don't see the policy always applied across the board. And okay.
Motion. Is there a motion?
Motion to extend.
Okay.
Second? There has to be a second, Mayor. Sorry.
Okay, sorry.
Is there a second to extend, Mayor, or no?
It's just, wrap it up.
Okay. Anyways, all right. Well, I have a little bit more, but like I said, we've spent hours coming up with this, and like Bill said, I don't think we're gonna fix this today, but I do think a tree ordinance is extremely important, and I know a lot of the community does as well. So I'll just wrap it up there.
Mara, can you stay on the line? I got a question for you
Okay. Yes.
after public comment.
I just wanted to add one more thing. Okay, so we would like to request that Laura and I be given the opportunity to present to the city council and talk through any questions that may come up and better explain why we think an ordinance would be better serve this community over a policy. And I'm done.
You mean Laura McMoran, not
Yes.
Councilman Ruby. Okay.
Oh, yes. Mhm.
I'm confused. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Next, Vicky or Eleanor?
The next person is Laura McMoran.
Good evening, Council. Thank you so much for your robust discussion. Good evening, Mayor. Today I am traveling and hopefully the signal will stay. I put together a PowerPoint for you and your packet. Can someone tell me whether you received that or not?
I didn't see it. Did anyone else see it in their packet, Laura's presentation?
It was emailed to everyone.
Uh-huh. Yeah, it was emailed to us,
All right,
Laura.
well, so
Oh, you're breaking up, Laura. It doesn't
I
sound like you have
think
good enough.
Councilman MDs, where is the problem? And for me, that's the way it's going to go. I think if I can do this at a future meeting, I would appreciate it because it's not going to work out right now.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thanks for trying. Appreciate it. Councilmember
Thank you.
Nierenheim, you had a question?
Yeah, just for Mara, you are on the Parks and Rec Commission, correct? Mara? Oh, is Mara no longer there either?
I don't think she's on anymore.
Hold on one second.
There you
Let
go.
me-
Oh, there she is.
Mara back on, Eleanor?
She is.
Hold on one second. Okay.
Okay, sorry, I was muted.
Yep.
Yes, I am on that commission.
My motion is gonna include having this ordinance come back to the Rec and Parks Commission as
Okay.
well as Public Works. Do you see any issues with that?
I don't have any issues with it coming through Recreation and Parks. To be honest, I have never watched a Public Works Commission meeting, so I'm not sure.
You want music?
I have no opinion about that because I don't know.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. I know you sit on the Public Works, and I want to make sure that we get I'm even thinking about Planning Commission because the thing is, this isn't an urgent item. We don't need to take care of this tonight or the next meeting. We want to do this right and fully define the trees, heritage trees, and where we place them in their parks or right of ways, and for building purposes. I want to make sure that we get the information correct. So that's what I'm going to do my motion moving forward, just so you know. So stay on the line, and then I can ask you more questions if I need to.
Hey,
Is that a motion?
Comment?
Not yet.
Is there more public
Yes.
comment?
Yes, we have Barbara Epstein.
Thank you so much, everybody, for having this discussion tonight. I want to thank Mara and Laura very much for their work on this. And I would like to see their work expanded as far as time goes and discussion, because it's very valuable and very important. One thing I thought during our discussion tonight was the issue of private property rights versus tree rights. And the reason I'm going to mention it is because the two rights have to be balanced. Private property needs to be balanced with the benefits of health and protecting the climate, cooling the city, capturing pollutants, and beautifying the city. Across the street, the planning department is working on on Catalina between Diamond and Emerald, the new redevelopment of where Catalina Coffee is, or whatever that coffee shop is. It looks really interesting, but I noticed in the plan, I see very, very few trees. So I propose that it should be a planning policy for any new construction to have a very good tree canopy additions to their plan. And again, I would like to thank you so much. And thanks for moving it up on the agenda, Mayor Brand. So thanks, everybody.
Okay, any more public comment?
Okay, I have no public. Oh, wait, Holly Osborne.
I just want to remind people that in North Redondo, we have a sidewalk and then it's directly after the sidewalk is the street. There isn't any parkway between the sidewalk on the street. But it turns out that we don't own all of our front yards. The first 8 feet the city owns. So you can't say this tree is on private property. In fact, I have a tree in my front yard that the city put there. And that's the way it is through all the TRW tract that doesn't, where the sidewalk, directly has that slope thing that goes straight to the street. Some people don't even know it, but they don't own their whole front yard. So you can tell them to put a tree there. It's really, part of the setback the city owns, and then the rest of the setback, to your house you own. And the city puts trees in the part that they own. So the other thing I wanted to ask is, can Alberto be hired to trim trees in the backyard?
Got to be on city property. Sorry about that, Holly. Probably get a better price. But thank you for bringing that up because, I had a resident ask for the city to come get the tree off their property, only to find out that wasn't their property. So, in a lot of areas, particularly TRW tract, they don't realize some of their front yard is city property. So, okay, any more public comment, Eleanor?
Okay, so I think we're done with the Zoom at this point. And so we have one e-comment. Vicki?
Yes, submitted by Leslie Campeggi. Listening to the council discussion on this topic, more needs to be written as part of the policy regarding decision-making for when and why trees might be removed and who can authorize their removal. Staff discretion and possibly up to one person doesn't seem adequate to protect our quality of life and the importance of trees. About 6 years ago, I visited the City of Trees, Sacramento, in August on vacation. I had been many times for work, but never just for pleasure. With heat over 90 degrees each day, I was so very pleasantly surprised how easy it was to comfortably walk the city simply because of the trees everywhere. The trees kept the streets and sidewalks covered enough to make walking a long distance outdoors entirely bearable. And walk we did, from downtown on K Street by the Capitol building to Old Town, back to downtown, then through Midtown. Please consider giving more thought to exactly what specific should be in a tree ordinance, enhanced criteria for decision-making, and making it very difficult for trees to be removed, especially for new development. And if we're going to replace a tree, the policy should state what type, how big, and one that does indeed provide a canopy, as mentioned by Councilmember Horvath. Additionally, Councilmember Narenheim makes a great point regarding setbacks on the property. The policy should be more defined with decision-making not left to just one person. Great discussion. More needs to be discussed. That concludes comments for item N6.
Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Eleanor. Councilmember Narenheim.
Thank you. I'm going to share a picture real quick. This picture was in, I believe, District 5, I want to say. Taken out. It's a 2-story, 4-story tree, very old. In fact, this tree had a trunk diameter on the bottom of well over 3 feet, as you can tell here. Massive, massive tree. It's in the right of way. It's in the setback zone. It's a new house, if you notice. And the reason why there's a new house, 2 stories, and that tree survives is because the old house and the old owner kept the tree in place. So, there was an email that went around regarding this, and they wanted to keep the tree or take out the tree for solar panels. I think we could have done a better job trimming the tree as a whole. But, this is the kind of heritage tree that we could have in a setback zone, and we can work with people instead of tearing the tree out and taking it down to the roots. We could instead, try to preserve the tree. So it's a large canopy, and that's the biggest thing that I think we're looking at here is a large canopy. Replacing that tree with a new tree like a palm tree is not going to do the same effort. So my motion, really simple, is make a motion here to bring this item to Parks and Rec Commission, Public Works Commission, Planning Commission for input, specifically defining a heritage tree is by the type of tree, the age of tree, have it codified, what a heritage tree is, and protect those trees. And specifically in the rights of way or the parkways, to not take out trees just because of driveway issues or placing a new driveway. Private property to direct the commission's look at saving trees in the setback zones of private property. So in areas where the landowner can't build because of our setbacks, and specifically looking to protect our tree canopy and specific types of trees, such as I believe our elm tree or magnolia tree, which is the city tree, and then come back to us for final input, I guess, for the ordinance. But that would be my motion.
I'll second that with an amendment, if I may.
Yeah.
The amendment is that when these matters are considered by the commissions, that staff present on the types of trees that are favored in the city of Redondo, be it on private or public property, because they don't grow huge roots, they don't dig up the sidewalk, and trees that really should be banned or not allowed to continue to be planted in the city because of the property damage that they would incur, so that these people aren't just shooting in the dark, but slightly educated.
Yeah, I would agree to that amendment, absolutely.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second. Councilmember MD.
So that tree that you're mentioning is not a setback. That's actually private property. So just FYI, because we would call on that. It was private property. That's not a setback.
Can I answer that question for you? Because I think we're on the same page. Because
there's no question. That's a fact. Okay. It's private property, and so they they were taking it. They did take it out because in order to do solar, to be able to have solar. And if you look at Google Earth, when you saw that tree, it did have a complete shade onto the roof of their property. So I'm not going to get into whether or not that should have been done or not done, because which is more important. It is going to depend on who you are. And but just so we're clear, that was private property.
I think what he was talking about is setbacks, which are private property. So it wasn't the distinction wasn't private property or public property, it was setback, which is
okay. I just want to make sure it's clear that tree was not in a setback. It was on private property. But
no.
It's a front setback.
No, I think it was on the front setback, or maybe it wasn't. I don't know. I don't know. So it was private property. It was not in the setback, is what you're saying.
Correct, because I called on that tree when everything was happening, and so everybody confirmed it, and we looked at property lines, and we went that step further. It was definitely on private property, so that's all I'm saying. It wasn't a setback. It's not like what Holly's saying. Like in front of my house,
Just to clarify, setbacks can be private property. So.
Well, they're in the front, but their property line was distinct. We looked at the property line on that particular tree. Just so I went and looked into this, and I went and talked to staff extensively on it. So just so we're clear on that. And on your motion, can you get clarification? Are you saying that you are mandating commissions to look at all that list you did, or you're just saying these are things for them to consider? Because it almost sounded like you were writing the policy commission for the
I kind of got that impression too. Okay, this is what our policy is going to be. What do you think?
No, this is what I want them to look at, because we're giving them direction to help look at these specifics, because this is what I've been picking up right now from what everyone has said. I don't want to just,
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Ted, you had a comment?
I do, and I think Councilmember Nierenheim, you can clarify. When you're saying setback, you're talking about the front yard setback on private property, correct?
Yes.
Talking about the setback as a distance away on the public right of way. You're talking explicitly on private property, but the setback that's required from a front yard setback.
That is correct.
I'll just clarify that when I heard you say setback, I was thinking rear setbacks.
Well, we can include. You can include that too. I'm not sure how much we can.
Rear, side, front. I mean,
all setbacks.
All around. Okay. Any more public comment?
Nope. More public comment. And let me just check here. Nope.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor and a second. Is the motion clear? Ted and Eleanor and everybody? Okay, I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein. Aye. Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, there you go. So next up is item number five. Yeah, discussion and possible action regarding the expediting consideration of always stop controls through public engagement at uncontrolled approaches at intersections in the area bounded by Grant Avenue, Inglewood Avenue, and Aviation Boulevard and Artesia Boulevard, all within District 4. So Ted, are you going to talk about that as well?
I am. I'm just going to introduce it and I'm going to turn it over to Gene in just a second. This was a conversation that I know was discussed in the budget as far as exploring the possibility to make always stop controls out of the area that you just mentioned, Your Honor. Then on July the 20th, we got a further referral by Councilmember Obaji to bring forward an expediting process to basically understand what are the options for the council to consider in order to expedite the review of those always stop controls. And with that, we're going to go ahead and present you with the options that we believe the council should consider. So Gene, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, you can lower your hand, Ted. You still got your hand up.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. As Ted has mentioned, item N5, basically always stop controls at uncontrolled approaches in areas within Council District 4. So as he mentioned, this item and presentation are actually in response to a staff referral by the council that received July 20th of this year. And the council had directed staff to kind of look into options to expedite installation of always stops through, of course, using community outreach at local intersections at the 6 of the non-always stop intersections. So basically 6 intersections within this aforementioned Grant Avenue, Inglewood Avenue, Aviation Boulevard, Artesia Boulevard area that are either one-way stop controlled or two-way stop controlled intersections. Just briefly looking at the outline here, I'll be going over what the California Vehicle Code and the California Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices states regarding the installation of always stops. And then I'll touch upon the city's current administrative policy that we have. And then we'll ultimately move on to the proposed alternatives for Council District Area 4. So the CVC, or the California Vehicle Code, is a section of the California codes that specifically pertain to the statutes related to vehicles and then the operation of vehicles when using the public roadway within California. So when it comes specifically to the utilization of the implementation of these stop signs per section 21.355, the code defers to the installation of stop signs to be the responsibility of the local jurisdictions. More specifically, it states that the Department of Transportation and local authorities in their respective jurisdictions may erect stop signs at any location so as to control traffic within an intersection. So to help us really determine the appropriate procedures or warrant criteria and the guidances for such an installation, we look to the California METCD. So within the California METCD, it states that the decision to install an always stop control should be based on an engineering study. So the California METCD, of course, is California's version of the Federal Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices, with the exception that there's edits, changes, or add-ons made by Caltrans to provide a uniform standard and specification for all types of official traffic control devices within California. So within section 2B07 of the manual, it provides guidances to look into for the installation of stop signs. In general, the criteria includes satisfaction of warrants for amount of traffic volumes that may be entering the intersection, criteria guidances for the number of correctable collisions that staff can look into. Additionally, it states other criteria such as the need to control potential conflicts like left turn or turning movement type conflicts or potential conflicts between vehicles and pedestrian conflicts. And then there's items for site visibility, the need to address site visibility concerns, and then potential operational benefits when looking, especially when looking at two larger type roadways that may be present in a residential neighborhood. This is just a quick aerial overview of the intersections in question within the bounded roadways of Grant Avenue, Inglewood, Aviation, and Artesia, going left to right. And then top to bottom, we have on Vanderbilt, we have the intersection of Green Lane here, and then Blossom Lane here. And then along Rockefeller, we have Flagler, and then Phelan, Felton, and then Perkins. So I briefly spoke about the California Vehicle Code and then the guidance criteria provided within the California MUTCD, which kind of brings us to the slide we have here. So this is basically a summary of the city's current policy that we have in place in assessing residential stop sign or all-way stop request. The actual policy is provided within the administrative report, but in a nutshell, step number one, basically, the resident of a block reaches out to city staff requesting stop controls. We provide a petition and a map showing the required addresses and signatures for the stop sign. And then upon receipt of the satisfied petition, we go ahead and initiate our traffic study, of course, based on the previous guidelines that are within the California MUTCD. This, of course, includes collection of field data, field observations, speed data, vehicle volume data. We then present our findings to the Public Works Commission. Now, typically prior to taking it to the Public Works Commission, we either try to reach out directly to the residents or rely on the specific council district's member to reach out and send the notifications about the meeting. The Public Works Commission ultimately either recommends or denies the request and then directs staff to forward the recommendations to the council. And then following staff's presentation to the council or staff's presentation of the Public Works Commission recommendation to the council, and the council makes a final determination and then directs staff to, staff accordingly. So that ultimately brings us to this slide. So following talk about the CVC, which provides the local jurisdiction the authority to install the stop signs at the city's discretion, and then the California MUTCD that provides the guidelines on how to appropriately determine the need or the warrants for the installation. What we find is that neither the CVC or the California MUTCD really necessarily requires a traffic study or a warrant analysis or even public outreach or any of these elements for the installation of a stop sign. And the discretion actually for the installation of a stop sign is kind of entirely left up to the city and the local jurisdiction's determination. And so for the subject intersections within District 4, we're actually proposing these four alternatives for the consideration by the council. The first option is actually to use the city's current process, to continue with the city's current process at the subject intersections within District 4. By following this option one, it allows us to continue to conduct a traffic study that does support consistency and provide sound recommendations based on industry practice and standards and engineering principles. Of course, in addition to that, what the study does tend to help us out with at times is that it also helps us to find and identify any other potential concerns that are not readily apparent. Option number two is actually to initiate the request per city council referral. Once we receive the referral, we'll move forward. We'll forego the petition. We'll forego conducting a traffic study, but instead we will conduct outreach and community engagement, and then we'll present the resident input and their findings to the Public Works Commission, and then ultimately present that recommendation to the City Council for final approval. Option three is kind of the least restrictive, if you will. So similar to option three, the request will be initiated by the City Council, with the exception that the presentation to the Public Works Commission is removed, and that there is an understanding that the public outreach and community engagement portion of all of this will be conducted by the respective council member prior to consideration by the council. So in short, once this is initiated and following council member outreach, staff will put a report together based on the council members' feedback on the outreach or public engagement that they received, or perhaps staff can even attend the meeting to gauge and get a general idea of the resident and public input and feedback. And then we'll just present this to the City Council for final approval. And then option four, of course, is any other action or direction that either modifies option 1, 2, or 3, or if you'd like to create a whole new method for the installation as per your determination, and that's kind of where option 4 comes in. So the recommendation to the council for consideration tonight is to possible action regarding expediting the consideration to install stop controls through public engagement at uncontrolled approaches of intersections in the area bounded by Grant Avenue, Inglewood Avenue, Aviation Boulevard, and Artesia Boulevard, all within Council District 4. So that concludes my presentation. I'm here if you have any questions.
Okay, well, thank you, Gene. Appreciate that. Yeah, it's very comprehensive. It's great for me to see all those options up there because when I first got on the council, there was a very specific process and it was followed very religiously for speed cushions as well. You're just talking about stop signs in this particular area, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Because I like option 2 for the whole town. You know, I really think if it's clear and, you know, you do some analysis in it to Public Works. There goes the 50-foot ladder truck by my house down to a fallen and I can't get up call. We deal with that daily, multiple times. Why the 50-foot ladder truck continues to respond to all these calls, I don't know. I really don't. Anyway, back to what we were talking about. Yeah, it would be nice for the council to give this careful consideration. So with that, I'll go to, can you stop sharing your screen there for a second, Gene?
Yes, sir.
Councilmember Obaji, go ahead.
First, Ted and Gene, thank you so much for bringing this back so quickly. Gene, can I possibly get you to put back up the slide that shows the map where the stop signs currently don't exist? Just to give the rest of the council perspective, I guess another question for you, Gene, is there a rhyme or reason why there are no stop signs at these intersections in particular?
I cannot say.
Right. All right. And that's not, obviously you did not choose to put this, and neither did anybody who's currently associated with the Public Works Department. This is a old design, if you will. Another problem I want non-District 4 council members to think about, and you can stop sharing, Gene, because I'm about to share my screen, is that as you look at this screen, Rockefeller is a one-way street to the left, from right to left here. Vanderbilt is the same. Carnegie is going the other way. The issue is that as you approach Perkins and Felton Lane, the cars are parked on the right side of the street, which is arguably the wrong side of the street that they should be parked on. But rather than flip the orientation and move the cars to the other side so that this driver who's coming down Rockefeller and this driver who's coming down Vanderbilt can have visibility to the lane that's closest on this side traveling north, requiring these drivers all to stop at those 6 intersections will accomplish the same kind of safety increase that is desired. And that has been expressed to me time and time again by the residents. I discussed this very issue. I took a poll during my last community meeting, which was attended by about 40 people, and I'd say 35 or so answered the poll. Over 60% said, yes, we should put stop signs at basically every intersection in this rectangle. And the reason why is because it develops the culture of the area as a street safe, pedestrian safe, look before you drive, don't speed in this area type of place. And I think that's what we all aspire to have in North Redondo, in Redondo Beach. So I would ask you to approve option 2 or 3. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, that's my preference as well, too, is 2 or 3, but my preference is going to be subordinate to what Councilmember Obaji would like for his own district. So I'd leave it up to him in terms of this particular area, what he would like. So if you prefer 2 or 3, I'll make a motion then that we go with, you pick one. So
well, based on the randomness, when you look at the map of where the stop signs are missing, I'm going to go ahead and ask for option 3, if you'd be so willing. Thank you.
I'll second that motion then.
Okay, are there any public comments?
Mayor, yes, there are no public comments for either e-comments and Zoom. No further comments.
How many e-comments are there?
None.
Oh, none, you said. Okay, great. So yeah, it's pretty simple. There's a motion and a second. Doesn't seem like there's any further discussion. Why don't you go over what option 3 is again, Gene?
Yes. So, pull it back up. Right. So, option 3 is basically request initiated by the City Council. There's no presentation to the Public Works Commission, and that the respective council districts, council members, so Councilman Obaji would conduct a public outreach and community engagement, and then following that outreach, then staff will present a report based on the council members' feedback from the residents to the City Council for final approval.
It would not go to Public Works.
Yes.
It would not.
It would not go to the Public Works Commission. Yes,
Councilmember Horvath.
Would the public outreach aspect by the council member include staff notifying residents within, however it is we do it, within 100 feet, 200 feet of the intersection? Or are we totally relying on the council member to do all that notification, which can be laborious?
As per option 3, we are relying completely on the council member for the outreach.
All right. Yeah, and maybe I can add to that, Christian. To your question, you could have that at a district meeting. You can even invite us to attend one of that district meetings. That is the public outreach that would obviously occur prior to this coming to the City Council. But if the council member chooses to go more, whether it be via email and or other methods, then that's obviously up to the City Council member of that district to do so.
Do you normally, Ted, notify through the mail, snail mail, of anyone who's in the vicinity of a speed cushion or a stop sign potentially added to their area?
We've had a variety, and Gene, maybe you can explain what our notification process has been for especially stop signs at an intersection.
Yes. Normally, the method is, at least for initial notification, is via snail mail. But I always at least try my best to at least include the council members as well to inform and say, basically, notifications have gone out, and then the council member can distribute additional notification, however he or she would please.
What's the radius, Gene, that we distribute to? I know you've got a radius.
For stop signs, we generally do about 150 feet in either direction.
Okay. So I guess back to your question, Mayor, yeah, we do notify through snail mail to those direct residents that are within that radius that we've impacted. We'll also send a digital copy of that letter or that notification to the council member. We choose to distribute that even further for further discussion.
Yeah, it seems like it would be prudent to notify anybody within 150 feet of something like this. A lot of people don't, watch anything, frankly.
Yeah, I would just recommend that, not to take away from the desire for option 3, but only because it's so challenging to reach everybody. Social media only hits a fraction of people, right. and inevitably these people get these notices in the mail sometimes and then say they never got a notice. And so then they find out about it later and they get upset. I think it's always better to cover your bases. Make sure that you have.
So that's fine. I can amend my motion to be option 2. I think that's essentially what it would be, right?
No, option 2 goes to Public Works.
All right, but skip Public Works, option 2 modified. Let's do the outreach and then come to council with the results of the outreach. I can also advance the outreach. I will distribute an email and so on and so forth. So I suppose a department and council member collaborative outreach that hits the people that are 150 feet away. And then I will do the rest of the public outreach as to the rest of the district.
Is that clear? Is that your understanding, Gene and Ted?
I think what I'm understanding the intent of Councilmember Obaji is to actually supplement what he originally motioned for option number 3 with the snail mail letter to the residents within that 150-foot radius or whatever that radius is that we provide. And then we'll, again, provide that digital copy to the council member, and then he can disseminate even further electronically.
Is that your intent, Zane?
Yes, that's perfect. Thank you.
Okay, is the seconder okay with adding snail mail notification within 150 feet?
Yes, I am.
Okay. There you go. Anything else, Councilmember Horvath? You had your hand up still? Okay. Okay, I'll just take a roll call vote unless there's public comment. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein. Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Can I get clarification on this? So is this just for these stop signs? This isn't going to set the policy for everything all the time, correct?
That's our understanding. This is explicit to these stop sign locations only.
Okay, I really disagree with us missing public works. I like to get as much public input from all different sorts as possible, but I'll vote yes on this.
Okay, there you go. All right, you don't need to read anything, correct, Eleanor?
We don't, for clarification, Mayor, from the motion maker, as far as a date to return, I know you wanted to do some of that public outreach and we could reach out to the residents. Any particular time that you'd need necessary before we bring this back to the council?
We shouldn't, I think bringing it back before mid-October would be premature. So mid-October, November, early November would be good.
Okay, we'll work for that.
Thank you all.
Yeah, thank you, Ted. Thank you, Gene. Really appreciate that. Okay, next up, I guess, is N1, discussion and possible action on potential Redondo Beach Municipal Code amendments to regulate sidewalk vending in compliance with Senate Bill 946. Brandy.
Hi there. Actually, if Jillian is on, there she is. I know that she had worked on the ordinance and has the specifics on that, so she can speak to that and we can answer any of your questions.
Great. Jillian.
All right. Hello. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. At your meeting on May 11th, you directed staff to...
Say your position.
I'm sorry.
Jillian. A lot of people.
Oh, I'm sorry. Jillian Martins, Senior Deputy City Attorney for the City Attorney's Office. I apologize for that. So I wanted to begin with, at your meeting on May 11th, the City Council directed staff to bring back an enforceable ordinance pursuant to SB 946, which regulated street vending and was as restrictive as possible whilst remaining compliant with the new state law. I reviewed the approach that other California cities took to regulate this activity. I reviewed approximately 15 different ordinances from different cities, mostly coastal cities, in order to capture the concerns that were expressed by the council. Together with Brandy and Lena, we prepared a draft ordinance for your review this evening. We believe that it thoroughly regulates the granting of street vending permits, in addition to placing numerous regulations upon the vending activities when the permits are actually issued. We sought to protect the city's residents and visitors from vending activities that could become a nuisance or health or safety concern. To address the ordinance broadly, sections 3-7.2004 and 3-7.2005 are the provisions which regulate the granting of permits. The city requires that proof of all required permits, so such as like county health permits, as well as any other applicable state or local permits the evidence of those permits are presented prior to the issuance of a local street vending permit. And the permits are additionally granted and reviewed annually. The vendors can only operate for 1 year. It is not an automatic renewal. They have to come back to the city every year. Additionally, a lack of compliance with our provisions or the provisions of state or federal law can result in the either revocation and or future denial of permits to offending street vendors. The issuance also requires the vendor sign a release of liability to protect the city from potential issues due to the vending activities. Further, there are numerous operational restrictions which are outlined in section 3-7.2009. And those restrictions are supported by the extensive recitals, that's the whereas section, as well as the findings in section 3-7.2001. Finally, if you'd allow me to share my screen, I can address the single change that was made on the blue folder ordinance. And let me, excuse me very quickly.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. Okay. Yes. I apologize. So you'll see here, are you able to see that?
Not yet, no.
Okay, I apologize.
Oh, take your time.
Okay. It says, okay. So here you will see on,
There we go.
Okay, on this is on page 9 of the ordinance. We removed section 24 and renumbered it, and we moved that provision into section, excuse me one second. We put that into section 3-7.2009. It was moved because we believe, Brandy and I believe that that provision was more appropriate as an operational requirement as opposed to the basis of the issuance or denial of a permit. And that was the change that was made. There was one change just to we removed the periods at H and I here. You'll see on page 15. And that being said, this is obviously the City Council's document, and we welcome your comments and amendments and pursuant to the discussion. And I can stop sharing my screen now.
Okay, thanks, Jillian. You got any more
Absolutely.
comments? Brandy, did you want to add to this or no?
No, I think just, the main thing is the City Council really requested it be a very conservative approach. And so we made sure that, we were putting the restrictions in there that we felt both met the law as well as, the desires of the City Council.
Is it possible to limit the vendors, for instance, on the Esplanade? We used to have a program where we had a lottery program for, sidewalk vending, let's just call it, at the Esplanade. I think we awarded 2. And it was a hot dog stand and something else. Is that, can we do that still, or is that null and void as a result of this state bill?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, so we can limit the number of vendors in a particular area. We would just have to tie it, as we discussed previously, to specific findings that indicate that it's a health or safety concern. That's the basis that SB 946 requires for restrictions of that manner. So yes, those can be placed. And I believe I addressed the potential limitations in both the Esplanade and the Artesia and Aviation Corridor, as those are some large or business heavy areas in the findings, but we did not in the ordinance make specific limitations, number limitations or area limitations, because I don't believe we were given specific direction on where we would like to either disallow or largely limit the number or area of street vendors. You can see, though, in the requirements that there are restrictions regarding how close vendors can operate, as well as the fact that the vendors must be ambulatory, so they're not stationary vending in particular areas. And so, of course, we're open to any suggestions or any requests by the council to amend that in order, if you want to codify the idea of limiting the number of vendors on the Esplanade, we can certainly accommodate that in this ordinance pursuant to council direction. We would essentially say that we have that program in place, that it has prevented health and safety issues in the past, or that it for example, in some cities, they have indicated that the limitation of the number of vendors preserves the access to coastal areas, as well as the character of that particular area. And I think the Esplanade would certainly qualify in that direction.
Yeah, I noticed in the vending, you also said that they had to describe what they would be selling.
Yes.
And one of the main concerns I got when they popped up, particularly in Torrance Boulevard, right in our entrance to our harbor, all of a sudden there were these big booths on Torrance Boulevard. And some of the material in there was, well, here, I'll hold you up a shirt I got. I don't know if you guys can see that. It's a picture of the Speaker of the House of Representatives of the United States in a gun scope. So, yeah, seems like that's inciting violence. I don't know if that's part of free speech, inciting violence, especially against, such a high-ranking official. Somehow I don't think the street vendors mind. Well, anyway, I don't know what their intent is, but I think a lot of people would take it as inciting violence. Is that something that they could regulate? Is it a fine line between that and the First Amendment? I mean,
I would say it is a fine line between that and the First Amendment. However, we've provided in section 3-7.2004, the permit application process, that the vendors disclose exactly what they seek to sell. And there are a number of ways that we could limit. For example, if you're referring to the picture that I saw where there were large flags on that vending area, or there were big displays, all of that is regulated in both the permit application process as well as the operational requirements. So we could add I think it would be really difficult to add a provision that is not content neutral in this instance. But we do have in here the section 25, which allows the city manager to request relevant information before the permit is issued. And additionally, there are provisions within within section 2005 that could address this issue. And let me go through it really quickly. So one of the provisions, section N, is the conduct of such sidewalk vending activity will not require diversion of police officers to properly police the area, or such activity will interfere with the protection of the city. And additionally, of course, we could seek to add a content neutral provision regarding the type of merchandise that is being sold. I don't know. I think it would be very difficult to regulate that specific issue.
I was looking at section B under 3-7/2005 that you were just mentioning. It says the conduct of sidewalk vendor as proposed will not unduly interfere with normal governmental or city operations. I would think assassinating the House of Representatives would interfere with governmental operations.
Certainly, yeah. So
let me just bluntly say, you're not going to be able to regulate that. They're going to invite you to take enforcement action, and they're going to sue, and they're going to challenge, and they're going to say it's not a true threat, it's not an immediate threat, it's not a clear and present danger. They'll try and argue she's a political target, and often the best answer to offensive speech is more speech. And I think they turned, from what I've heard in comments, they turned more people off with their speech than they persuaded them. But it becomes very difficult for the government to get involved in even an ambiguous case like this.
Well, I appreciate that, Mike, because that's what we hear. How dare they? How can they? What about pornography? What if somebody puts up pornography? People ask that. Oh, well, can I just put up, pornography? Where is that regulated?
There are restrictions in other portions of the municipal code regarding lewd or inappropriate materials. Additionally, they are not permitted to be sold pursuant to this ordinance pursuant to the operational requirements. And I can find, we say that you cannot vend for example, tobacco or cannabis, I'm sorry, I'm trying to find the particular area. But
given
lube
that-
materials are disallowed.
Quite the fine line.
It is.
Yeah, you're seeing people get prosecuted that stormed the Capitol that, and they were chanting "Hang Mike Pence" and bringing gallows with them.
So the specific section would be 3-7.2009, and that is section D4. And as I said, they're not allowed to sell alcohol, cannabis, tobacco products, smoking implements, or adult-oriented material. And so that is where we cover that issue. And as I said, and I can try and find the other provisions within the city's municipal code that disallow explicit material being vended in this manner.
And they can just say it's all a big joke anyway. We're not serious. The gallows and the Hang Mike Pence speechifying, we're just kidding. And they'll win in court.
It is, as Mike duly pointed out, it is a very difficult area to regulate with the First Amendment and with the
What if
law.
you walk up to them and you ask them and say, "Are you serious? Do you really think people should assassinate the House of Representatives?" What am I trying to say?
If it's a true threat, if they mean to communicate a true threat, that is unprotected by the First
If
Amendment.
you walk up and you ask the vendor, "Do you really want her assassinated?" And they say, "Oh, absolutely. Can you call the police?" This is what people are going to do, Mike, if it continues.
Oh, well, that may be, but the First Amendment is most robust when it deals with political speech. I doubt they would say that. But
all right, I get it. I think everybody.
It's just you don't want to make them wealthy at the taxpayer expense, and a true threat is unprotected. If the same comments about Mike Pence and the news happened out in front on the sidewalk in front of the White House, that's different than when you storm the inner circle of the Capitol Hill. Context is everything. If they're holding it, and making other threats outside of, banging on Nancy Pelosi's door, that's a very different thing. And it would be a very different thing if people were wearing the shirts or selling, shirts when they stormed the Capitol. So it is a fine line. It's case specific. But I think, again, the best remedy is more speech, because I didn't hear anyone speak in favor of it. And I heard, just as you did, many people offended by it.
No, and thanks for the clarification, really, Mike. I know you know all this stuff and it's kind of exhausting, but a lot of people don't realize all these, and context is important, and a lot of things are important that they don't realize. They just get incensed by something like that. So
yeah, but if it is a true threat, they can, contact the police and they'll investigate it.
And people do have, we do have free speech. You can, it's a great thing, actually. And lastly, I will say this is just another example of the state taking away local communities' ability to regulate their own towns. So when you see the taco truck on the Esplanade or the food trucks line up along Artesia Boulevard, know that, it's not necessarily something that the city approved, but that the state through this bill is very, very recent, stripped our ability to control what goes on in our own town, because they just don't want us doing certain regulations. So they just take our ability away. Anyway, sorry to take so long. Councilmember Nairnhut.
Thank you, Mayor Brad. Yeah. Jillian, thank you for doing all this work. It's awesome. I thought we gave direction for the Esplanade to use the current 3 or 4 spots. The number escapes me exactly, but I know there's 3, it could be 4 spots on the Esplanade for a specific zone for doing the street cart and vending.
Mm-hmm. So Lena actually brought this to my attention, and what I advised her is that we can either, and I can advise you, of course, as well, we can either codify that in this ordinance, or we can maintain that policy with the basis that we have set herein. So that is, for example, in the findings and purpose provisions, we specifically note that the Esplanade has unique characteristics that, and this chapter imposes reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions on sidewalk vendors. And so I was not certain of the exact number of sidewalk vendors that we wanted to limit on the Esplanade, whether or not it was just going to be consistent with the existing permit issuance, or whether we wanted to codify that in this ordinance. And as I said, we can do so, or we can utilize this compliant ordinance to state that there is a limited number of.
What I'm hearing, sorry. What I'm hearing is that we can enforce the limit to 3 or 4, whatever the number is, through the city policy, by giving out the number of permits per year.
Yeah, so I would have to defer to either to Brandy or Lena, because I don't institute that policy. I'm not in the planning department, so I'm not sure exactly what the process is.
It's fine by me. As long as we can enforce a 1-to-1 ratio, I'd be fine with that. And are we going to give out a license to do this vending for each individual spot? Or how do we make sure the schedules don't conflict? Two people show up and say, hey, I got a license. Hey, I got a license. Hey, mine, I want to be here at noon. Well, I got here at 11:55.
So that would be that issue would be subsumed within the 4 corners of the permit. So as the permit, the requirements for requesting a permit, they indicate what you intend to sell. They regulate the size or how you are going to sell those things. So, for example, you can't utilize propane or open flames. You can't use pop-ups around your cart. Those are operational requirements. And additionally, within the permit, it can state, this is an Esplanade permit. These are the requirements of that permit. Additionally, there are restrictions with regard to how close each vendor can be to another vendor within this provision. And again, as I said, we can codify those limitations here as a specific provision with regard to the Esplanade or other major corridors of the city.
We don't have to codify it. We can leave it as to the 4 corners of the permit. Did I just hear you say that we can't use propane? So if a hot dog vendor showed up or a Casa Playa showed up wanting to sell bean and cheese burritos, they couldn't use a propane unit to keep the food warm?
Let me look at these. I know that it's with regard to the safe use of this. So it's no open flame, power source.
Well, open flame, if the flame is contained within, its burning area, is that considered open flame?
I didn't define open flame within this ordinance. I think that would be a determination that would be made within the issuance of the permit, and then of course the regulation of the operations. I think, as Brandy stated, and as I stated, we sought to make the most restrictive ordinance possible while still maintaining compliance with state law. And that meant that we restricted any potential safety concerns within this ordinance, including open flame and things and electrical lines and things of that manner. So if you, for example, if you wanted to remove that restriction or clarify that restriction in order to specifically allow an activity, then we could certainly do that. I'm
fine with removing that restriction. Just because food is required to be kept warm or heated, and if we introduce that restriction, it just might completely destroy that ability to have happen on our food side. Go ahead.
So I would remove section 3-7.2009 subsection D5 would be removed. That says use of open flame is not permitted. So I'll remove that provision if that is the ordinance, excuse me, the direction of the council.
Jillian, there's
Yeah.
also a, that subsection H mentions propane.
Right. Yes, propane, natural gas, batteries, or other explosive or hazardous materials. So would you like me to remove that, or excuse me, if so directed, would you like us to remove that provision or to modify that provision?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, because I didn't see the battery portion in there.
Yeah, so that's
3-7 under section D, you said? CBCD.
It's H.
The same section, 3.
Oh, because I see it under C
and
or
H.
D. An
Yeah,
open
so
flame.
D
So
has
you're-
open flame, and subsection H is its own section, and it says no cart shall contain or use propane, natural gas, batteries, or other explosive or hazardous materials. And so we could amend that.
Yeah, I would have in my motion to amend that, to take that out, because
Okay.
it's a little bit too restrictive.
Did you guys mention section D, number 5, use an open flame?
Yes. Yes. Okay. So again, if so directed, we would remove D5 and subsection H as well.
Okay. Okay. I think that's it for that. So this is just for the vending of sidewalk vending for food and merchandise. Thank you. What about food trucks? Can you refresh my memory again on food trucks, just to make sure I'm clear on this? We do not recommend. We are not. This ordinance does not pertain to food trucks, and why, please?
So this ordinance does not pertain to food trucks because Senate Bill 946 does not address food trucks. It addresses street vending, specifically carts that are either mobile or stationary. So it does not address vehicular sales. And the council did look into regulating food trucks previously. I believe it was 2009, but don't quote me on that. And the direction from the council was solely to disallow the use of food trucks within 500 feet of public or private schools in the city, unless they are utilizing school grounds with the permission of the administrators. So that is the only local regulation on food trucks, on mobile vending in that regard.
So last time I heard, though, that we can't, this ordinance would not regulate food trucks on the Esplanade, but
it does not regulate food trucks at all.
At all, much less on the, yeah. How can we further, I thought I asked the question last time if we can regulate food trucks in general. I thought I sent me an email on that. And I thought you said we cannot regulate food trucks in general.
So there are potential regulations on food trucks. We simply do not have them in place currently. So if so directed, for example, at the end of the meeting, council direction to staff, you could ask that we come back with potential regulations on food trucks. This simply does not regulate that because the direction was to draft an ordinance that is compliant with Senate Bill 946, which only addresses stands in public ways, essentially.
Okay, I'll be doing that separately at the end of the meeting tonight. Thank you. That's it.
So can a food truck pull in right now to Riviera Village or out on Artesia Boulevard, just pull up and start selling tacos and chicken and whatever?
So in terms of the other types of permits that are required, I'm not familiar with that. But again,
I'm sorry, let me qualify that. They have a business permit, they have a health permit, and they have business license. Can they just pull
and
up?
they legally park? And so, yeah, currently under the local restrictions only address vending within 500-foot radius of school zones. The city attorney's office did bring a report to the council with other options for regulations. Those avenues were not pursued by the council at that time. And we can certainly come back with a report with regard to that. This ordinance does not regulate that particular behavior or activity, excuse me.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, thanks, Jillian. I have some questions related to content, specifically along the lines of what your brand had said. What if somebody has a t-shirt that says kill all, insert your favorite ethnicity, race, religion, women, men? I mean, that's a clear incitement to violence, isn't it?
So there are specific...
Joke, it's all just a joke.
Yeah, real joke, funny joke.
In order to show, I'm sorry, there are specific there are specific areas that you have to show in order to show that it is a threat that is not protected by First Amendment. And so I don't have the exact provision in front of me, but it's a very difficult burden to show that it is an immediate threat. And so there are ways to regulate that behavior, as Mike indicated. If it is a clear threat as defined by the penal code, and a police officer is able to address that or hear it, there may be regulation or potential activities. Potential regulation, but it's very difficult with the First Amendment in order to show to meet the threshold of a threat.
Well, there are certain restrictions on the First Amendment. For example, you can't go into a movie theater and scream fire, right? Causes public safety issues, welfare issues, right?
Well,
so
you can in one circumstance.
But there actually was a fire.
Right. It's all about context. It's not to be, a smart act. So I would suggest, because there are cases that have gone back and forth with the Supreme Court dealing with organizations that were dedicated to the violent overthrow of the U.S. government or in the KKK. And so, context, if you burn a cross on someone's lawn, that is a specific threat. So, the more that it is a true threat, then government can regulate it. If it's hyperbole, if it's not a true threat, we can give you we'd be happy to give you a memo and talking about the specific cases as opposed to doing the Socratic method here, where we're changing things back and forth. But if it's a true threat, true threats are unprotected, just like child pornography is unprotected. Pornography is protected by the First Amendment, and we can regulate it in certain circumstances, and that's what this ordinance attempts to do. It gets a little more difficult in the nature of political speech, because that's when it's at its greatest level of protection. But we'd be happy to give you some of the cases and see how it's developed over the years.
Well, I'm certainly not trying to cause us to get sued, and I just have a real aversion to any form of violence against other people, whether it's political or whatever. I just have an issue with that. And so, but hey, maybe some other people think it's fine. What about obscenities? Like, for example, cuss words. Can you say no cuss word merchandise?
Well, there's a case that says you can wear pardon my language, but you can wear a fuck the draft jacket inside a courtroom. And that came from the Vietnam War. And so that is protected. I probably lose a bet with my daughter that I would cuss one time on the council, and it's your fault, Tom.
I've never done that, Mike. I'm really glad you did that, but I'm not going to.
I have a tendency to.
I can sell the
I
shirt.
only had to mouth it. Luckily, I didn't have to say it out loud.
So I bring that out in people a lot. One other question.
I can pull out my F. Biden shirt. I bought an F. Biden shirt too. So, not that I don't support him, but you know what I'm saying.
Bill, I'm going to wash your mouth out with soap. So the last question I had is the Glendale ordinance actually, there's some things in there I really like. One of which was number 8, which says, make any statement, gesture, or other communication with a reasonable person in the situation the person being offered food or merchandise to purchase would perceive to be a threat. That actually happened recently at one of the stands. Can we add that?
Yes, I believe we can add that. Excuse me, let me review exactly. I know that we have some regulations with regard to what the vending activities can happen. For example, vendors cannot follow people who have clearly said they're not interested in their wares. They cannot
touch the person. They can't touch the person. That's in there too.
Right. Yes,
okay.
and certainly we can add that provision. Obviously, being compliant with the current case law and statutory law. I could, if so directed, I could review the language and ensuring that it is compliant and add it to the operational provisions in section 2009.
I would like us to look at 8 and 9 of the Glendale one, which is on page 610 of the packet. And that's related to
8 and 9?
Right, related to making threats or touching somebody. Okay. You know, I think that's inappropriate behavior. So not a nice touch, I mean like a threatening touch. So yeah,
I believe that we already have a provision with regard to touching someone without their permission. I'll look through the ordinance while you discuss, but I believe that.
Yeah, that's in.
Okay, yeah, we actually have, in section 10, excuse me, it is 372009, subsection D10. And it is make any statements, gesture, or other communication which a reasonable person in the situation of the persons being offered food or merchandise would perceive to be a threat, which has a reasonable likelihood to produce in the persons a fear that that threat will be carried out. And so that is subsection 10. And then subsection 11 also addresses touch the person or persons being offered food or merchandise without that person's consent. So we actually do have both of those provisions currently in the ordinance. Subsection 10 is just the definition of threat is just a little bit narrower pursuant to our legal review.
Okay, that's fine then. I'm glad to see that. I missed that. There's also needs to be a space between to and purchase in number 10.
Okay.
Just some housekeeping. Otherwise, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, thanks, Jillian and Brandy. I thought it was extremely comprehensive. As a matter of fact, the first thought I had was that it almost seems like it would be completely limiting as to where anybody can do anything and what they can do. So I wanted to follow back up on something that you and Councilmember Narenheim were discussing. When I read that section related to no propane or natural gas or batteries, I had the same thought. So if somebody was using some type of food product, they would really be hard pressed to be able to do anything, whether it's hot or cold. So like if they were selling ice cream, how are they going to keep the freezer cold? So I didn't understand even the batteries, like if they're using batteries because they can't use power cords. Right, they can't plug into an electric outlet somewhere. So I think we have to be flexible on that. And maybe it's, I don't know if it's allowing it outright or if there's having just some specific guidelines that they have to meet. But I felt like that was a little bit wonky and too limiting. And then my other question was, I feel somewhere in here, and I don't remember where it was, that I read that they were limited to a 4x4x4 size. Was that correct?
Yes. So let me look at the definition of cart and activity.
I really, my question there was, is that a standard sidewalk vendor, mobile cart size? Because if not, then are we also creating a limitation that, somebody can push back against and say that's that's not enough room to carry my wares or do my business, or I don't know. I'm just, kind of speculating there, but.
Certainly. So that size was taken from an ordinance. I believe it was Newport Beach, but I've looked at a number of different coastal city ordinances, and they all have some manner of limitations with regard to the size of the cart. Again, Brandy and I went with the most restrictive options as directed, but they certainly can be amended. I believe some of them were 4x6. Or 6x6. It's almost always 4 in terms of the width in order to ensure that there is proper ingress and egress on the sidewalk, right, for disability, ADA compliance, as well as just simply pedestrian safety. So that would be the width, but the length can be extended, as I believe there was the largest one I believe I saw was 4x6. But additionally, this is the council's ordinance. You can determine whether or not you think there should be limitations, there should not be limitations, or what types of limitations on size you believe are appropriate. And we also provide that there can't be attachments to the carts, which increase their size or prevent again ingress and egress or ADA compliance.
Okay, and then one thing that wasn't, and maybe I missed it, going back to like the natural gas, all that stuff. If they were using a gas-powered generator to power up whatever it is they need, I would say that's probably a big no-no, just from an environmental perspective.
I believe the use of generators is regulated separately. You have to have a generator permit in order to utilize it. I don't know the specifics of that. I only know that from my work within the special events area. But again, that the use of a gas powered or electric powered or both types of generators could be restricted. I believe it is already restricted in other areas, but it can be added here to ensure that is a provision of the permit that the vendor has to work within, right? A restriction for them.
All right, and then Brandy, when they come in for a permit, is there like it's a very dense document. I would not anticipate that all sidewalk vendors are going to, read the ordinance thoroughly, and then I'm assuming that if they are in violation of something within the ordinance, that this is a code enforcement issue. I don't know how we would, make sure that there's not too many vendors in one area and that they're separated by the right amount. But is there going to be an educational packet given to anybody that would come in for a permit so that they have some basic understanding of where they can go or where they can't go, or,
we can work on some kind of, something that narrows it down, just so we're also working on that on, a few other things. So I think at a minimum that we should be including a copy of the ordinance in the with the application, just so that they have it. They don't have to go looking for it. They have the information. Maybe we can do it where it's highlighted the operations and we'll have all the application requirements on, the application itself. So maybe it's just highlighting those operational requirements, just so that if they need to go to one thing, that's going to be where they go.
Okay, that's it. Thanks.
Okay, any comments from the public on this?
Yes. Okay, we have Andy Lesser.
Okay, I'm here. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, loud and clear, Andy.
Great, okay. I've got a few comments. Number one, I think it's extremely fortuitous and lucky that code enforcement was shifted to the aegis of the police department July 1st, because we're going to need code enforcement officers, especially on the weekend. Officers are going to have to study this pretty well and know what is and what is not allowed. So I think it's a good thing. All in all, I don't know all the details about how it was come about, but I think moving code enforcement into the department, into the police department, probably was a very good idea. I think that you may want to include something addressing the sales of live animals, if nothing else, just to say that the sidewalk vending permit will be issued in recognition of Penal Code Part 1, Title 14, Section 597.4, which makes it an infraction for the first offense and a misdemeanor for subsequent offenses or injured animals or things like that. I just want to make it certain that no one starts showing up selling puppies, dogs, cats, other than, and someone who would be allowed under the state Penal Code 597.4. As far as Mayor Brand brought up threats to government officials, I want it to be known that if there's a real threat, you just don't call our police. They have enough to do. 1-800-CALL-FBI. So if someone, says, I'm going to get on a plane to Washington, D.C. to see what I can do about ending Pelosi's reign, you just pick up the phone and dial 1-800-CALL-FBI. And finally, as far as hate crimes, yeah, there's a lot of stuff you can put on T-shirts, but if someone identifies a pedestrian, calls them a racial epithet, the person to whom it's being addressed can call the police and say they want to file a report for a hate crime. And whether or not it's prosecutable, it would add to statistics of reported hate crime. And that's all I've got to say. This is a lot of work. I give our city attorney and city prosecutor's office a lot of credit. This is extremely detailed, and it's going to take something like a full-time code enforcement officer on the weekends who knows this ordinance inside and out to make sure everything is done correctly. Thank you very much.
And Mr. Mayor, if I can, we spoke about how people may recall when President Obama was president, someone as part of their Halloween decoration had him hanging in effigy. And the offended parties called the Secret Service, and they were able to remedy the situation expeditiously. So I don't think calling, if it's federal officials, calling the Secret Service or FBI is a bad suggestion. I think it's an excellent one.
Okay, thanks, Mike. Let's see here. Any other public comments? Is that it?
We have no other public comments, Mayor.
Okay, I can't remember. Was there a motion?
Just really quickly to address Mr. Lesser's concern, subsection 17 indicates that vendors cannot sell live animals, wildlife, fish, fowl, or insects. So it is covered.
Thank you.
I don't think there was a motion. I think that a couple of people talked about what direction they'll give us. I would suggest you throw in the items that you can come to consensus on, and we'll clean it up, plus the typo that Councilman Lowenstein pointed out. Thank you. And we'll bring it back. We'll put it on consent calendar as for introduction, first reading. And if you catch anything else or reconsider it, we can add it at that time.
Yeah, no, thanks, Jillian. It was a lot of work, and you really drilled down on it. So it's extremely helpful. They did a lot of that work up front for us. Now we're nitpicking around the edges. Some of it's important. Councilmember Obaji.
Just a quick comment. I move to adopt this, subject to any amendments people want to make, just asking for, since you have the city attorney's office has taken so much care to abide by the constitutional limitations, that we actually put that in the recitals by adding character of the city while also respecting constitutional rights of residents, visitors, and vendors, or whatever other group of people you want to indicate here. That would be my amendment, and I move to adopt.
But do you want to adopt? I think we want to make enough changes, and there's a little bit of leeway in cleaning up. I would tell us to bring it back for first reading with everything that and you could just do it with all the comments that have been made. We'll go back through and watch it because this is in the final ordinance. We'll put that in. If you can email it to me because I didn't capture it. And then that way we'll bring it back and you can make any further revisions.
Sounds good. Thank you. So moved.
I'll second that. So that's all you need then, I guess. You're going to capture our comments.
Yeah, and whatever's not captured, you guys can edit it one more time.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, and just to, I'm sorry, I just wanted to recite the currently requested changes other than what Mr. Obaji just indicated, and he's going to send to us. But it is removing section 3-7.2009, subsection D5, use of an open flame. That provision will be removed in its entirety. Additionally, in the same section 2009, subsection H, no cart shall contain or use propane, natural gas, batteries, or other explosive or hazardous materials will be removed in its entirety. And then as Mr. Obaji indicated, adding to the recitals and cleaning up any of the typos that Mr. Councilman Lowenstein indicated as well. I believe that is the motion. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, that was my understanding. All right. Well, that's it. So there's a motion on the floor and a second. No hands up. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim?
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji? Sorry.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath?
Aye.
And Councilmember MD?
Aye.
Okay, thank you, Jillian. It's a big lift. Thanks for all your work.
Great work, Jillian.
Thank you.
Okay, what is next? Don't tell me I closed out my agenda. No, I did not. There it is. Okay, next up is N2, discussion and possible action to approve agreement for consulting services SWA Group for the preparation of public amenities plan for King Harbor. Okay, I guess Stephen Proud, you're going to handle this one.
I am, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much, members of the City Council. It's good to be here tonight to talk about this once again. I'd like to share my screen here where I have a presentation for you to just kind of briefly cover. Hopefully you all can see that at this point.
Yep, looks good.
So as you all know, revitalization of the waterfront has been a policy objective that goes all the way back to when we did the asset management plan and the Harbor Enterprise Business Plan. And in those documents and key to that revitalization effort has always been this idea of upgrading and replacing several of the public amenities. And so as we've started to work through the idea of preparing the public amenities plan, we look at it as a guiding document, a framework within which other revitalization efforts can occur. We see it as an opportunity to set the stage to allow the attraction of new business investment in the waterfront. And so we look forward to preparing this document. Just a couple of pieces that we've talked about previously. We're really looking to focus this planning effort on the area between Portofino Way on the north and the end of the International Boardwalk on the south, roughly where Quality Seafood is. And then through the course of our conversations, we've also focused on adding Moonstone Park as its own separate planning process and amenity to be addressed as part of the plan. And our goal, as we've talked about this previously, is to identify the amenities that need to be rebuilt. They could be replaced. We're really keen on determining location and what recreational and operational elements ought to be included as part of that amenity design. So this is stuff we've all talked about before. It's conversations we've also had with the Harbor Commission as well, which really gets me to the process that we've been engaged with. As you know, we were tasked with preparing a request for proposals. We went through that effort with a tremendous amount of input from the Harbor Commission. We had it on at least 2 different workshops with them. We brought it to the City Council for additional input, and then you authorized us to issue that RFP on March 16th of this year. What our office did was we took a targeted solicitation approach. We really went out and looked for firms that had the necessary experience, the requisite experience to perform the scope of work that was detailed in the RFP. And that included firms that were pure engineering firms, just straight up engineering firms. That included firms that were landscape architect firms. And then there were some firms that are multidisciplinary firms that in some cases have both of those disciplines, planning and engineering services, in-house. So it was really a pretty broad mix of firms that we solicited. We posted the RFP on the city's website. We posted it on the American Planning Association Marketplace. We posted it on social media sites like LinkedIn. So we really tried to cast a wide net in terms of the ability to make sure that those kinds of firms that could do this scope of work were aware that this RFP was available for them to bid on. Ultimately, we distributed copies of the RFP to 26 different firms or teams. And the deadline for the submittal of the RFP was May 24th, 2021. That was an extension. We had put it out on the street. A couple of firms asked if we could extend the deadline. We did. And we received 5 responses. They were from CMG Landscape Architects and Moffitt and Nickel, Groundworks Office and Anchor QEA, which you'll see on a few of these firms, Hirsch and Associates and Anchor QEA, Moore, Rubel, Udell. They were partnered with Somas, and SWA Anchor QEA. So on the left-hand side was the firm that was the lead, and then all of them were supported in some way by an marine engineering firm. So they all had those components as part of their proposal. We had a selection committee that met. We met to review the written responses, and that committee was comprised of myself, our Public Works Director, Ted Simon, our Community Development Director, Brandy Forbes, and the Chair of the Harbor Commission, Jim Light. So the 4 of us were the selection committee, read through all of the proposals, the written proposals, and after reviewing those written proposals, we made the decision to conduct oral interviews of the top 3 teams. So those oral interviews were held over 2 days on June 28th and 29th, and then we reconvened as a selection panel to talk about the written proposals, what we heard in the oral interviews, and following those interviews, there was a unanimous decision to select the SWA team as the preferred vendor to prepare the public amenities plan. A copy of their proposal was attached to your staff report, as well as a copy of the RFP, so you have the documents that they received. We also set up a Dropbox account where we deposited some documents into that Dropbox account, so firms that were interested in bidding on the RFP could go in and look at old plans for Moonstone Park, old plans for the boat ramp, public workshop materials that we held for the sport fishing pier. So we wanted them to get a little flavor of the fact that they weren't coming into this cold, that there had actually been a fair amount of work that had been conducted to date. The SWA team, and I'm happy tonight that Gerardo Aquino has kind of hung around and is available for you, and he can probably represent himself and his team better than I can, but they certainly brought a relevant and a broad range of experience to the project. I think if you looked through their proposal, you would see that they're an international firm. They've done a lot of local work that was relevant, but also have a broader palette of work that they can draw from. And they have a deep bench of professionals. They're a multi-office design firm, so they have a very deep bench of professionals that can support their work effort. They brought to the table a very well-rounded team that were comprised of different disciplines. For example, they had a in addition to their marine engineer, Anchor QEA, they have a public outreach professional. They have a costing firm so that they can look at some of the proposed public amenities, generate some really quick snapshots of cost estimates, and get an understanding of whether we're headed in the right direction from a cost perspective. That was unique. No other team had that as one of their team members. And so that was one of the things that we felt set them apart from the rest. They drafted a very comprehensive scope of work. They addressed all of the issues that were set forth in the RFP, including what the Harbor Commission and what the City Council had asked us to do, which was to set Moonstone Park off on its own path and try to accelerate the work associated with Moonstone Park as best we could. They proposed a work schedule that would complete the public amenities plan within the desired time frame. The Harbor Commission has set a a very aggressive bar of 9 months of trying to get this done from the time we execute the contract, and they laid out a window and a schedule of work that could achieve that time frame. And then they were very competitive in terms of their budget proposal with the other firms that solicited the city for this particular scope of work. So with that, what we're looking to do tonight is to, and what our recommendation is based on the unanimous support of the selection committee, is to approve the agreement for consulting service with the SWA group. Their proposal was set at $242,872, and we're setting an initial time frame for scope of work for 1 year, August 17th, which is tonight, through August 16th of next year. So we're available, like I said. Gerardo Aquino from the firm is here if you'd like to talk to SWA and ask him any questions. I'm certainly available to take any questions you may have regarding the process and the path forward. I will stop sharing my screen at this point and happy to field any questions you might have.
Okay, well, great, Stephen. Thanks for that comprehensive summary of what's going on here. I had a couple of questions. First, I want to say it's great that it was a unanimous selection among all those fine people, because yeah, I know you solicited it quite well and had a lot of proposals, and for you guys to come down unanimously in favor is very, very encouraging, comforting. What kind of timeline? Maybe I should ask Gerardo. Gerardo, welcome. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can see you too.
Oh, there you go. Thanks for joining us, and congratulations. Sounds like staff fully on board with you guys. And I really appreciate all the time the Harbor Commission put into this and the people that were mentioned, because I was watching from afar and seeing a lot of work getting done, it's an important decision, obviously. They give a year on the contract, Gerardo, but how long, what would be next steps, and how long would this all take? What would be the final product, and when would we receive that?
Sure. In our proposal, we outlined about 9 months to carry out the scope of work and the deliverables. We would start as soon as Stephen gives us the green light, which a part of it is what happens tonight. And then the deliverables are all about really meeting the expectations of this scope of work, which is the amenities plan, which is creating a safe and accessible public space. It's looking at some of the flooding issues. And it's also looking at some activation strategies, as well as some of the sites that might be used for something a little bit more connected to public use. And those deliverables will be kind of parsed out and intertwined with the robust public outreach effort. So we'll constantly be listening, taking notes, and letting that programming really evolve out of what we hear. So that the final product, those deliverables you mentioned, are really spot on and do what they need to do to meet expectations.
We always hear that, and you did address this by saying, I guess, implementing, but we always hear from developers or consultants, we're going to listen to the public. And then they listen and they have these meetings, and then what comes out isn't what they heard. So I call it implementing. It's not just about listening, it's about implementing what they heard. So not necessarily what they would like to see.
I would say that our track record in the public realm speaks to a sense of trust that we have with the communities and the cities we work with, and being good listeners, but also implementing what we've heard in a very structured way. So every step of the way, the community is giving input, we're giving feedback, and the look and feel back to them, and sort of a back and forth. And then, of course, you all are kind of weighing in on what feels right for you. And we've implemented successful projects throughout California, and I hope we can do that with you all also.
Mm-hmm. And Mr. Mayor,
go ahead, Stephen.
I was just going to add, the way that the process is structured is it's really, and this was really a recommendation that came out of the Harbor Commission, was to have two different sets of input to kind of go into the process. So there's a concept of having a working group that's really kind of a hands-on. There's 3 members of the Harbor Commission that have already been appointed to that working group. We're going to finalize that within the next couple of weeks with the Harbor Commission. So that's a much smaller group of people that'll work very intimately with the SWA group. But and the idea is to help move the process along so that we can stay on that 9-month window. But then there are key touchstones where there are either community workshops or community open houses, outdoor pop-ups. So some ways to also engage the broader community into that process of the planning for the waterfront. So I think and that was one of the things that appealed to us, was how those things were interwoven with one another, where they were talking with the working group and then going out and talking with the public and then coming back to the working group to try to refine the concepts over time. So that's sort of a key component of the schedule and the work program going forward.
And Mayor, if I could add to that as well, I think that one distinction here that's important to note is that ultimately SW client in this case is going to be the community, the city, led by the city council. So their work product is going to have to be a reflection of your direction, the community's direction. And I think for us as a planning effort, as a broader planning effort, this is really the first time we've embarked on this in looking at specific public amenities, trying to link them together, and ultimately developing the chessboard that will allow us to effectively build our public projects. So this is a bit of a change of approach to what we've been dealing with in the past, and we're excited about this effort. So it's key to note that SWA is going to be responding to input from the commission, input from the council, and ultimately, initially, from what they hear from the community in their outreach.
Well, this is more than a bit of a change. This is turning it on its head. This is a 180 degree difference than what we've done in the past. And this is going to the community and being driven by the city ultimately through the consultant, where and what will be provided for. And then you do the development around that and go down that road. So it's definitely more than a bit of a change. I met with someone who's involved in Dana Point recently. And they went through the exact same process that we went on that pretty much blew up. And they also had to course correct because it didn't work out. And so then they went down this sort of road. So it would be nice to have that gentleman come and speak to us maybe at another time so they could hopefully educate the public about what has already been done. And we're not reinventing the wheel. Starting with the community is a much better approach than just turning it over to a developer, which is what happened before. And as I was mentioning earlier, they listened, but they didn't implement. And it got so bad that by the 8th hearing, and I'll tell you this, Gerda, we had 8 public outreach hearings that were led by the developer. And by the 8th meeting, the community was so angry, they wouldn't take public comment. They didn't implement what they were hearing. They claimed they did, but they wouldn't take public comment because people were so angry about what had unfolded. So we're not going to go down that road again. And this is a change in the public. I think it's important for the public to understand how this is different.
Yeah, and Mayor, I can elaborate on that a little bit as well. Joe Blum is the individual you're referring to. He's the lead project program manager now for the County of Orange and their Dana Point revitalization project. And they've hired Boutier to effectively inspect the work that's ultimately going to get built and react to managing the various contract elements. And the outgrowth there was not all that different than our story. They had a 20-year process working with the single development company, and then they switched gears and focused on more specific planning efforts. Rather than using a general LCP document to guide, they worked towards a more specific plan that they ultimately then used to inform a request for proposal process from developers who actually pitched development concepts as part of their proposal to the city for the ultimate lease agreement. So and that was an outgrowth of the parameters and the broader schedule of activities that the city set as a result of its own planning efforts. So this is just a public amenities plan. At some point at the middle of this or the tail end of this, it may make sense for us to broaden the effort to other areas and start to work into the specific lease spaces conceptually. But for now, we've always said that the biggest impediment to us really executing public projects is identifying exactly where we want them to go and making sure that the placement and the size of the scope of whether it be the boat launch, the Seaside Lagoon, the sport fishing pier, et cetera, that they are ultimately what the county desire or the city desire in our case, and that something the residents can be excited about, and that we can actually go out and build rather than sort of talking about where they should go. Actually,
in speaking with Joe Bloom, he said when they went to the Coast Commission ultimately with this, they had full community support and they were rallying and
they did
encouraging the commission to approve it, as opposed to what you saw with ours, where they had passed an initiative and they're encouraging the Coast Commission to approve it. Anyway, last question, from a technical standpoint, I assume sea level rise, dealing with that is going to be an important element of this, because every other coastal community is having to meet, sea level rise requirements coming forward. Coast Commission is going to be wanting to see that for sure. So is that something, Gerda, that you're prepared to deal with, or is that going to be?
I can touch on it. Certainly,
Sure.
sea level rise is an important issue for coastal cities like yours, and Anchor QEA has experience in that area, and that has the expertise to offer not only just a point of view, but some real strategic thinking in terms of what we could incorporate into our planning efforts.
Okay, thanks, Gerda.
You're welcome.
I'm going to go to the council and then we'll go to public comments. Council Member Obaji.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Question, just logistically, when you, Mr. Aquino, when you design these public amenities plans, do you have a budget in mind for how much it's going to cost to build it out, or do you kind of build a plan A if you get 20 million or X millions of dollars, and then plan B and plan C? What's the approach there?
All right, that's a really good question. And the approach we take typically, including with this project, is we'll work very closely with Stephen and his group. And so every step of the way, as elements are starting to find their way into a plan, we have a cost estimator named Cumming who will give us some quick costing numbers. And depending on how the interaction goes between the plan and the city, we'll know where we need to be. For example, we may be 3 weeks into it and Cumming does a cost estimate and the number is too high. And so we'll recalibrate. We'll still have the program there, but perhaps certain elements might be done more efficiently or phased in, et cetera. So we do have an approach to address cost.
And Stephen, if I don't know, how do you plan on handling that? I don't know if the city council previously kind of allocated or expressed how much they plan to spend for this, for a build out, or for whatever we're envisioning in the future. I'm not sure we've essentially delineated that path. So how do you plan to deal with those choices?
Yeah, we don't have a formal adopted budget necessarily for each of these things, but we have in the past, looked at the individual components that are going to be a large part of the public amenities plan. So, for example, we have looked at the boat launch many times, and kind of have a order of magnitude cost in our mind right now of where we are. So as the team starts to look at that particular piece of the public amenity program, and we start to do some early cost estimating, we can see where we are relative to that previous number that was out there. Same with the sport fishing pier. We've done some, the Seaside Lagoon's a little more complicated because it does depend on how you program that and how intense the programming is. But we have looked at some of these components in the past, and we have some sense of order of magnitude costs. Some of them are part of our capital improvement program already, some of them aren't. And so some of them will require some sourcing of additional funding. But I would say that's probably our starting point, would be to say, what have we done in the past on costing efforts so that we at least know where we are, and we may not want to, if we're going to stray too far from that, then we better understand how we're going to be able to pay for whatever that additional cost might be.
Well, and to that point, Stephen, I would add that, where we're in doubt, where we're hearing from the residents that we want a certain level of amenity, and maybe that's beginning to expand that range of cost, we'll bring that back for communication. Right. Ultimately, that's some of what we're doing here, is identifying what's feasible through the planning effort And the lagoon is a specific example that will follow almost a separate visioning, kind of a parallel visioning process that we'll be talking about more in September. But we plan to give you a range of options, right? Certain amenity features are going to cost X, and others might cost Y. So we're going to ultimately want the council to corral exactly what level, what scope, what size, and what intensity each of these amenities is going to bring when we decide on what we're planning to build.
All right, and thank you for that. And last question is, I don't know, Mr. Aquino, if this is for you or somebody else within your company, but as you do costs, in light of the fact that we're kind of in an inflationary stage right now where supplies are more expensive and so on and so forth, and high demand, do you have any idea of whether this is just kind of a temporary stage that we're dealing with and costs will come back down, or is this kind of expected to continue the inflation that we're experiencing as far as construction and the like, or just regular increases in the cost of goods or materials?
That's a good question, and it's certainly a good one for our consultant Cumming, the cost estimator. They could probably answer that more accurately. But in our experience in working with Cumming on projects similar to this, there's always a contingency to address for some differences in price in the marketplace. But there's also, again, kind of building on what Stephen had said, sort of understanding what the priorities are and really trying to place a cost on it that is realistic given a certain time frame. In other words, it wouldn't be a price that's good 5 years from now, but Cumming may say it's good for the next 6 months.
Got it. Okay.
As an example.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein. No, sorry, Councilmember Nierenheim was next.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. When I made this motion, started thinking about this a year ago in September last year, after we started moving forward, all the motions that were being made in court and moving forward. I think this is a long time coming. Really stoked to see this. I'm going through the personnel that you have here. You did a lot of work in LA County in Marina Del Rey. And in fact, you did Manhattan Beach, Polywog Park, the Santa Monica, Burton Chase Park, Marina Del Rey, Bologna Vision Creek Plan. These are all the types of open space areas that I think we're looking for public gathering places. I'm really glad you included the team experience and the resumes in there. So thank you very much. So I can see that. In fact, you even have someone who's sat on a lot of commissions here, Trisha, who's been on a lot of different commissions here in Redondo and sits in the West Basin and Water Board. So I think it's great. I think the pictures that you put together here with other areas that you worked on are fantastic. It's about getting the open space. What really struck me about your design, your plan ideas here is to utilize the open space and the views and the multi-use of the facilities. And I think you're going to see that moving forward with the community and the plans you have in the community. Because with our Beach Life Festival, Seaside Lagoon, and the harbor, how it's currently underutilized with the sports fishing pier, underutilized. I think that you're going to do a great job here. So thank you. And yeah, like Mayor Brand said, make sure you just listen to, just don't just listen to what the public has to say, but actually implement. That's the key part. So thank you for putting this together, and really stoked to see this moving forward. Glad to see you have a great team, because it's not just one person, it's always a team. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Brand. Gerda, great presentation. Very impressed, like Councilmember Nierenheim said, with the projects you guys have done. Long Beach is a great example of it. Hunter Point in New York, it's great. One question that is, how will you incorporate the current tenants down in, for example, the International Boardwalk and Mole D into the community workshops? Are you going to actually go out? Is Trisha going to go out and try to get their input by communicating to them? Or Stephen, are you going to do that? How are we going to do that to make sure that we get their input? Because they're also very key to making sure this goes off well.
Yeah, one of the things that was a big component, and you'll see it in the proposal, is a community participation plan. So I'm sitting down with the team, obviously, once the contract's been approved, and working through that community outreach program. You know, the good news for us is the waterfront, we pretty much know every tenant that's down there, and we've got direct ways to communicate. Either they're a direct tenant of ours or they work through our property management company. So it's very easy for us to let them know that the process is happening, how they can get involved, how they can provide their input. You know, it's kind of a finite resource group. It's not like we're trying to reach every person in the city. Obviously, there'll be the community outreach for the broader community as well. But for the specific tenants themselves, that's something we can handle pretty manageably between ourselves and the consultant team.
I don't know if you want to add to that, Gerdo, or?
No, I was going to say more or less the same thing Stephen said there. And
well, then I'd like to make a motion then to accept staff recommendation to hire SWA for the harbor/waterfront amenities plan.
I will second that.
A public who wants to speak also.
Yeah, is there a public comment, Eleanor?
Yes. Sheila Lamb.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Loud and clear.
Great. Good evening, Mayor, council members. Sheila Lamb, District 4. This current proposal brought to you tonight illustrates where we are today. This is the result of considerable effort and sacrifice, especially by Mayor Brand and Council Member Narenheim, but also countless community members, including Council Members Lowenstein and Obagi. This effort was to stop the waterfront development. And it was opposed by many members of the community. And this development was billed as a public-private partnership that would benefit the public. But as the residents recognized, this was a disguise for private gain and public pain. Now we have an opportunity for a truly community-driven plan that will benefit the public, not a selected few. It is important to remember how we came to be where we are today, and to remember the efforts that it has taken to get us this far, but also to remember that it can happen again. Thank you, Mayor and council members, for your diligence and efforts in ensuring Redondo Beach land designated for public use remains in the hands of the public. This puts Redondo Beach on the threshold of a new day. Thank you, everyone, for their tremendous efforts. And thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sheila. Any more public comment, Eleanor?
Yes, we have Mark Hansen.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, staff, Mark Hansen, King Harbor Boater. This is, as all you know, I'm very, very excited to have this coming through. I've been working on these kind of issues for 22 years now. I've had the pleasure of communicating with the Harbor Commission multiple times through the strategic planning process and this issue. Stephen Proud was absolutely wonderful to contact me, and we spent about an hour on the phone, and I absolutely inundated him with a bunch of the documents that I've collected over the years. So I was happy to be able to support that. On that subject, just one quick thought/question on the subject of the Dropbox of the materials that are provided to the consultants. I'm wondering if it would be wise for us to make that available to the public. So, I could certainly alert the harbor and boating community so they could go back and kind of review all the things they've been involved with over the last few years, boat ramps, Seaside Lagoon, and the sport fishing pier, kind of refresh their memories. And who knows, somebody might even come forth and say, hey, here's something you forgot. So that's my one comment question for this evening, and great job, everybody. Thanks.
That concludes the Zoom. Vicki, would you like to read the 2 comments, please?
Yes, the first comment is submitted by Rochelle Marinus. This is an exciting step for the King Harbor area. However, it will be almost a year before the plan is submitted and likely much longer before implementation. I encourage you to take small, relatively inexpensive steps now to improve the waterfront in the interim, which will increase foot traffic and sales, thereby increasing city revenue immediately. This increased revenue can help pay for the renovations that SWA Group will suggest. Simple landscaping, improved signage, placed trash cans, including the shared bin saloon doors, small painting projects, cleaning and increased outdoor seating, among other items, go a long way at a relatively low cost. With this meeting, you've allocated money towards repairing the Mondstadt bathrooms, but the bathrooms on the boardwalk are nearby structure are horrendous. You've hired a consultant for Riviera parking when boardwalk tenants have been asking, for better parking flow for years. You've even approved a few public art projects when boardwalk tenants who recently asked for murals on the walls of abandoned businesses have been given the brush off, even though a third party offered to pay for them. The tenants of the International Boardwalk pay maintenance fees and premium rents right now, even as everyone acknowledges the location is in dire condition. We pay advertising fees based on our revenues, but what is the point of advertising for a place that is so run down? When people come and see how abandoned the area looks, experience the putrid public toilets, and get stuck on the poorly designed top of the parking structure, they are less likely to come back. I realize a lot still needs to be determined, but to the extent it has been discussed, please let us know, if the plan is to keep businesses on the boardwalk so that we can plan accordingly with respect to investments in our businesses. And C, please confirm the process by which business owners can participate in the proposed committees, if at all. I'm sure SWA will do great things, but let's not sit on our hands in the meantime. Thank you, Michelle Marinus, business owner of International Boardwalk, big fan of Redondo Beach. And then submitted by Eugene Solomon. I agree with Michelle Marinus and call on the city to cooperate with the Pier Association and King Harbor Association to look at matching funds for dues paid into these associations for improvements. Similar to the storefront improvement program, this could provide better aesthetics and maintenance funding immediately. It would be even better than the Artesia program because the city would be investing into property it owns and not those of private properties, thereby adding value to existing owned capital. That concludes comments for N2.
Okay, back to council members. Councilmember MD.
Actually, I read it in the staff report, but I wonder if we could just tell anybody that's watching how this is getting paid for.
Yeah, so this was approved as part of your budget, this current fiscal year budget, but the way we actually got the funds was we took some monies that were in our capital improvement projects. So we had some planning money for our sport fishing pier area. We had some planning money for some Basin 3 improvements, and we reallocated that funding to give you the opportunity to approve that as part of your budget motion to fund this planning effort. So we didn't allocate new money. We didn't dip into reserves. We just moved some piles around as part of this year's budget.
Thank you.
Is that it, Lauren?
That was it. I just wanted to remind people that are watching.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
Just want to say thank you to the residents and activists who made this possible, wrestling the waterfront from corporate interests and putting it back into the residents' hands. Martin Holmes, Wayne Craig, and Nils Narenheim, the proponents of Measure C. So thank you all. This kind of project is resting on your shoulders.
Okay. I had a question, Mr. Aquino, since I have you. You know, Seaside Lagoon is kind of a special situation. We just got $10 million from the state to revamp it. And we're expecting it to cost probably double that to do it properly. But how would you go about it if, you were the city? Are you looking to, we were thinking we've allocated some monies in the last budget to do some sort of visioning. We're going to talk about this next month. Whether we have a contest with, world-class people who would look at something like this and give us some good ideas, or maybe even work with somebody on your team. But if you were the city and the residents looking out for how we should move forward with this for a year-round facility and swim facility, how would you approach it in terms of crafting an initial design?
I would say that the conversation would begin with Stephen and his group and trying to set some priorities for how we want to look at the lagoon as a component of the overall vision for the area. And then we kind of slowly start to see how it's connected, how it should be programmed in and around that component. And then eventually, I think we will start to have a better sense of what it could be. But right now, it seems like we still need to have some conversations with Stephen and his group.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Thank you. So there's no more public comment and more hands up. So I'll just do a roll call vote on the motion, which is basically to get started. Okay. Councilmember Nierenhunt.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath. We lose. Did you say yes, Christian?
Aye.
And Councilmember Obaji?
Aye.
And Councilmember MD?
Aye.
Okay, great. Thanks for joining us, Mr. Kino, and everyone else.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Okay, we're getting there. Item N3, discussion and possible action regarding annual review of city's statement of investment policy. Treasurer Steve Deals.
Hello, and thank you. Proudly, we're here bookending your discussions tonight. If it's all right with you, I think it would be better to begin with item N4 first, which is the quarterly report. I think that does a really nice job of framing up the
Is there any objection to jumping to N4 from anybody? Okay, yeah, go ahead, Steve.
Okay.
Let me read what N4 is. N4, folks, is, well, hang on one second. Just so everybody understands, it's listening. Discussion, possible action, receive and file City Treasurer's fourth quarter fiscal year report. So there you go.
And so I, Stephen Deal, City Treasurer here, Nilesh Mehta will carry this report forward. We do have, whose name's not listed on the screen there with us, Rick Phillips, our consultant, and I would encourage you to ask him any questions you want. He knows quite a bit about our financial needs and the process by which we go throughout our investing. And I think by now he might even be an expert on street vending in Redondo Beach. That was a joke. So we can begin. Nilesh?
Good evening, Nilesh Mehta, Deputy Treasurer. In your packet, you'll find the Treasurer's Quarterly Admin Report, which includes the portfolio summary, reporting guidelines.
And actually, if I may add, I'm sorry to interrupt, Nilesh. Okay, we have a lot of details here that we present to you on a repetitive basis. A lot of times sometimes we'll submit this for, oh my gosh, I just forgot the term.
Consent.
On consent, thank you. But for the benefit of Zane Obagi, and nice to meet you, Zane. So this is your first quarterly report you've heard. We do want to go through the details of this report. So just to give you that framework to begin with.
Thank you, but we've met before when I knocked on your door.
Correct. In this capacity, we have not met. So congratulations, and here we are.
So within this report, we include the investment report by FHN, which includes the portfolio summary, investment policy compliance, investment activity report, and finally the economic and market update. Within the PowerPoint presentation, we include the investment reporting guidelines, policy compliance, quarterly performance, cash flow analysis, fiscal impact, month-end portfolio book yield, maturity distribution, sector allocation, historical book value, and finally trading activity. For your reference, key investment objectives for municipal investing: safety, liquidity, and yield. In that order, we try to protect principal. We provide necessary liquidity to cover ongoing and unexpected cash needs. And finally, we try to maximize earnings recognizing the need for safety and liquidity. Always remember that the money belongs to the community, so we have to act in a responsible stewardship manner. And it's our objective as investment managers to earn a reasonable return on the city's investments while preserving capital in the overall portfolio. So it's not the goal of the portfolio manager to maximize returns, since it would lead to an unacceptable level of risk. And failures in public investing occur usually when policies are not clear, policies are inappropriate, policies are not followed, or oversight is inadequate. So here's a few questions to ask yourself do you review the investment policy? Do you understand the investment program? Do you receive and review periodic investment reports? Are they clear, concise, and readable? And do you fully understand them? Here's a synopsis of our policy compliance for the fourth quarter. As you can see on the right column, we were in compliance with the investment policy, which we'll go over shortly. And here's a chart that goes over the fiscal performance for the fiscal year 2021. As you can see on the far right is the fourth quarter totals. Key points to keep in mind here are interest earned year to date, all the way at the bottom right corner, 1.574 million. And of that, we contribute just about 49%, which comes down to 771,300 that gets contributed to the general fund. And here's a comparison that we include for the fiscal year 1920. As you can see, the interest earned year to date was quite a bit more, partly due to the fact that the portfolio had a larger amount as well as a higher yield for the.
Can you just pause for a moment there? If you look at the middle left side total investment portfolio, go all the way to the right under fourth quarter for last fiscal year, we ended the year with $94 million. Can you go back one slide? This year we ended with $88 million. We've seen a trend for a number of years that our overall portfolio is dropping. That's a function of spending at a higher rate than our revenues are increasing. But the good news here is if you add back in the $15 million that we did not spend as a result of having raised money with the pension obligation bond, you will see this next quarter when we present to you an increase in the portfolio balance of another $15 million. So that puts us up at what, 103? Yeah, 103. So go back. Next slide. I'm sorry. Yeah, and if that had happened in time to have those monies in this particular quarterly report, you would have seen the fourth quarter balance jump from 88 to 103, which actually be larger than the 94 last year, which is a wonderful turning point. You should note.
And the following slide, just a summary of the fiscal 18-19. In our admin report, we include the 5 previous fiscal years. So it gives you a full idea about how we have been performing. Here's a slideshow on the cash flow analysis that we've been doing. Goes over the total credits and debits for each month throughout the fiscal year. And we compare that with the previous fiscal year on this chart, just to give us an idea about our liquidity needs and invest our excess funds accordingly. As I mentioned previously, fiscal impact to the city. I won't mention again. Here you see we had contributed we had budgeted a contribution to the general fund of $750,000 at the beginning of the fiscal year, and we have exceeded that. We contributed $771,300. Here's a chart of the month-end portfolio book yield going back for the entire fiscal year. As you can see, we started the year just about over 2.1%, and due to the declining rate environment that we've experienced, we're currently just at about 1.6% at the end of June 2021. This chart gives us an idea about the maturity distribution of our portfolio. We currently have about 40% of our investments in vehicles that are maturing within the year, between 0 and 1 year, and so forth. Here's a chart on the sector allocation for our funds. Corporates, we have 21%, agencies, almost 35%, treasuries, almost 16%. We've invested almost 2% in CDs, and LAIF at 26%. This chart goes over the historical book value going back to September 2009. And it sort of gives you an idea about how our portfolio has been fluctuating.
This is a picture of the same point I was just making a moment ago. So you see that in September 17, we peaked in the value of the portfolio. We generally had an increasing value over the many years, and then starting in 17, we saw this decline. So we are seeing a slight increase due to the adding back the 15 million back into the portfolio, which is nice, and hopefully that's a beginning of a trend. And that, you'll see that next quarter, by the way. It's not on this chart.
And this is a chart that just goes over the month by month portfolio totals. As you can see, we're at the end of 2021, June, we're at 87 million, which is very close to what we were back at the end of fiscal year 2015.
This is the same data on the graph, the slide before.
And finally, here's our trading activity for the entire fiscal year. As you can see, we didn't have purchases for the first half of the fiscal year due to liquidity needs, and then we started making purchases. For the fourth quarter, we had 3 purchases, and we had a total of 3 redemptions.
And Nilesh, can you put up the picture of a trading ticket?
Yes.
Next slide.
Yeah. So here's a sample of a trade ticket that we receive depending on the need to purchase or sell an investment. And so basically, essentially what happens is we make the decision to purchase an investment vehicle. We determine the best price, and based on that, we obtain 3 different bids if they are available, depending on the fund. And this chart just shows the different pricing that we obtain from the different issuers. And based on the highest yield and lowest price, we purchase, and vice versa when it comes time to redeem.
Rick, do you have any comments on this slide that you can add?
Sure, Steve. And this is a treasury, and treasuries, we never have a problem getting 3 offers or at least 3 bids. We usually get 5. TD Securities didn't bid on this one. They were just kind of slow. This is an electronic trading platform, and sometimes they don't bid. But going back to the earlier question, earlier in the meeting, so Apple stock, billions of shares outstanding. It's one security. It's Apple stock. Apple bonds and fixed income instruments that Apple has, there's hundreds of those. And so, for example, if one of the dealers, Goldman Sachs, shows us an Apple bond that was sold, say, $100 million a few years ago, and there's only 5 million trading today, and they're the only one that has that. So we'll go out and look at comparable Apple bonds or other technology bonds, but that's a time that we might only get one offering if we're going to buy. And so we would look at what are comparable treasuries, agencies, and corporate bonds. And if we feel that's a good value for the city, we'll execute with that only one offering. When we go get bids, when we're selling, we can always get at least 3 bids on the sell side. But most of the transactions, as you see, we are buying and holding. And so we're not selling securities. The redemptions on the previous slide that Nilesh showed, that's just when a bond usually is maturing.
And speaking of that, Nilesh, can you go back to the transactions slide, please?
This one?
No, and the other PowerPoint. Are there any questions on this while it's up? Okay, can you go back? Okay, can you go back to the PowerPoint real quick, please? So for the activity that predates Councilmember Obaji, I just want to remind everybody, we went an entire year without making a purchase, you might recall. So if you look at the blue bars from July to January, if you even went back to earlier months before July 20, we couldn't purchase a thing. So finally, we had enough liquidity in February and March to make some purchases. And you see that we did in June. And of course, as I have said a number of times, you'll see more activity when we give you your next quarterly report on the purchase side.
And Nilesh, can I just add some context to a slide? If you go back to the yield slide, Nilesh, near the first. So that's a big drop. And as Steve's talking, we were unable to, interest rates, of course, have dropped in the market. For example, a 1-year treasury is yielding about 10 basis points or 0.1%, a 5 years yielding about 0.8. So as maturities that we purchased a long time ago have higher yields mature, the yield of the portfolio is going to drop. Now, just in comparison, LA County has, of course, a bigger portfolio, but similar aspects on California code and investment policy, but they run a different strategy than we do for the city. And so their yield right now at the end of June is 0.6. So we're 100 basis points or 1% higher, which is a substantial amount of earnings for the city as compared to other entities nearby.
Yeah, that was a tough year.
Yep.
All right, and I think that's it.
I had a question. If you can leave that up, because it looks like the revenue went up, but the yield was plummeting. How did that happen?
So, Mayor, I'm not sure when you say the revenue went up.
Well, if we go back a few previous slides, it went up to 700, and I thought it went up to 777,000 over previous year. Not that much more, but it was higher. Maybe I misread something. It looked to me like the revenue from these investments increased in our latest fiscal year over our previous fiscal year.
You can look at that. Can you bring that up, a comparison a month, or year to year, month to month and year to year? Or at least just, we've got those 2 years in a row. He can take a look at those. We'll point
Was that wrong, Steve, or did I read something wrong?
Yeah, but not by much. So this year, 771 on the very bottom, fourth quarter. That's the total contribution. Okay, Nilesh, the previous.
So I saw the quarter.
864, the prior year. So yields were dropping.
I was comparing apples to oranges. Got it. I see. So it did go down as a result of the decreasing yield.
It did go down. And the thing is, people tend to forget there's two multipliers. It's the size of the portfolio and the yield.
Yeah.
But people automatically jump to the yield. How much are you earning? How much are you earning? Well, it helps. You can earn more if you've got a bigger balance to multiply across the yield percent. So So yeah, the total revenue dropped, but we still were making contributions and
Is it just a different ratio of investment vehicles? Why we're doing better than the other cities and the county, especially the county? Well, you'd think the county would be, how are we beating the county by so
it's a
much?
different strategy. It's different. When it's really hard.
Kind of what I'm asking. I'm sure that obviously.
Yeah, well, because the city, even cities, Hermosa, Redondo, Torrance, very different mix. And we all comply with the same rule set, but we have different revenue sources and different dynamics in our cities. And so we have to do the best we can with what we've got. So there are those variables that make that happen, but I'm sure Rick can elaborate.
Just, Mayor, the biggest point, the biggest differential usually in these public operating funds is how much duration or weighted average maturity that we take. With the treasurer's team, we study the cash flow, which allows us to have an appropriate amount of liquidity and then go out the yield curve longer to earn a higher yield on investments. Others, I don't know if they take the time or just don't want to take as much interest rate risk, but we feel very comfortable with that. And it's generated a much higher return over the long run. And that's the primary driver, is longer duration.
Yeah, is that another way to put it? You purchase at a longer duration, therefore you get a better yield.
Yeah. I mean, you think about it logically, if I'm loaning somebody money for 5 years versus 1 year, I'm taking more risk. I have to be paid more over the long run for the 5 year. And we have sufficient liquidity, studying the cash flow patterns of the city, that we feel very comfortable with doing that.
It looks like you also hold 40% or so for less than a year, because obviously we got to pay our bills.
And that's a little high right now, as Steve was mentioning earlier, just because of COVID, we've had to have more liquidity. And as Steve mentioned, we didn't have a purchase for a long time, just because as maturities happened, revenue came in, it needed to go out to pay bills.
Also, we had to save 15 million to pay the PERS, and that didn't get spent. So that gets transferred to the portfolio.
Okay. That was part of the idea.
Yeah, great. Good savings.
Okay, Councilmember Lonsi.
Yeah, thank you, Stephen Nalesh, for a very comprehensive report. I just have one quick comment, and that is one of the corporate notes that we own is Philip Morris. And I asked that we maybe look at divesting ourselves when it comes to maturity, which is actually a year from tonight. For mostly philosophical reasons, we as a council have taken the stand against youth tobacco and public smoking, and also the mayor with his illness of lung cancer. I just think it sends the right message to our residents that we not invest in a company that is a tobacco company. I just think it's the right thing. I know it's a year from now. I know that's part of the investment policy as we bring it up to you and for your consideration. But I would also ask that it also has one of the lower S&P ratings of all the corporate notes. So I would look at maybe a year from now not repurchasing that note or a similar note from Philip Morris. And that's it.
Okay, and so I would respond to that. I think this is an excellent discussion, and it allows you to engage in the portfolio. So this is something you can bring up and discuss it. And if I feel strongly about it, I might argue against it. But if you guys, your team, not you guys and gals, express, especially in a vote format, that you want us to take an action, we can take it. This particular security is good from the standpoint that it rounds out it broadens our investment base. So, and that's always good. The fact is that tobacco is legal. It's legally sold in the city of Redondo Beach. So there's been some effort to curb its use in public places, and that's understandable. But on the other hand, in the end, it is your policy. We bring it to you. And if you make the effort to say, look, we don't like this particular thing, what would happen if we liquidated? Or would you please not buy this particular kind of thing in the future? We can work around that. And we did prepare for this question because we know you brought it up, and this is the time to discuss it. And we could actually liquidate that sooner rather than a year from now, without a loss, but we have gained on it to this point. So I'm not going to take it from one council member who expresses it, but if as a group, you express your desire to liquidate that, especially if it's not at a loss, then we can do so.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I'm just impressed that Todd went through the portfolio and fished that out. Way to go, Todd. And yeah, I'd have to agree with that. I mean, seeing how I've got stage 4 lung cancer, people think I'm cured. I'm not, but I'm not one of hundreds of thousands in the country that it's really probably secondhand smoke. I grew up when my mom was smoking 2 packs of Pall Malls. So there you go. But who knows? Yeah, I'm not so hot and comfortable with investing in companies that sell poison, let's just face it. But people like it. People take a lot of poison in a lot of different forms. So I don't like it. But yeah. Anyway, I don't see any hands up. Any public comment?
Let's see if we can take the PowerPoint. Thank you. Easier to see. Okay, I have no hands raised on Zoom, and we have no comment on e-comment. So,
Thanks, Eleanor. One question: do we lose money on any of these? You mentioned, we didn't lose money. Do we lose money on any of these? Do we ever lose money?
No, these are fixed income investments, and
right.
There's interest rate risk or there's credit risk if somebody fails as an entity and they can't pay,
right?
Then yeah. So, but in
or
general,
they cut their dividend in the middle of all that, or they eliminate.
Well, we don't get dividend. This is we earn interest. So these are not stocks. So
corporate bonds. So
corporate bonds, treasuries.
They would have to default on corporate bonds.
Yeah, it's fixed income investing. And so generally, no, we don't lose money.
Right.
We lose opportunity potentially. And that's the risk we run. So once you buy a security that's maybe, as Rick was talking about, 2 or 3 or 5 years out, and interest rates change, and you could take that money and invest it in something else, but you can't because it's locked in. You have some opportunity cost there. But from the payment side, no, we earn the interest on those bonds until they mature, and virtually all of our securities.
Okay, Councilmember Nairn.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. Yeah, I actually agree with Councilman Lowenstein as well on who we're investing in. If we're going to be setting a precedence moving forward with what we're banning and what we're not banning, government has the responsibility to set that precedence just as a group, rather than trying to prevent or forcing people and individuals to stop doing something. We should be taking that as a board and saying what we believe is a proper investment or not. So I actually believe the same thing that Councilman Lowenstein said. I know we brought this up a while ago. I remember we had this discussion a year or two ago. We had this discussion.
Yeah, it was a year ago at the last policy discussion.
Yeah. Okay, there you go. Perfect. So I don't remember the specifics when I went through the agenda item this time. Let's see here. Investment policy. Did you want to come back with a specific policy with specific vendors, or not vendors, companies that we want, or just groups of like non-tobacco related or non-alcohol related?
I would
prefer better for you.
It would be probably better if you just on an ad hoc basis, but it's safety, liquidity, yield. And I would maybe reframe the argument a little bit that I think the city of Redondo Beach is a socially responsible organization, and that anything that diminishes our ability to earn money to spend it on socially responsible activities, limits us as that kind of an organization. But if you don't like this particular investment, speak up like you are, and then we can do something about it.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Councilman Lowenstein. We shouldn't be investing in tobacco, regardless if it's I don't believe at all that it is a safe and secure investment. In fact, They're going for FDA certification on the vaping. In fact, they asked over in Europe, I believe in the UK, they asked the UK to ban cigarette smoking. And the reason why is because they're trying to promote e-vaping and vaping. So I don't think there's a need to be investing in that kind of a company. We should be setting the precedents moving forward, and not necessarily ban the product in our city. Let the people individually choose, but we as a board should say whether or not we want to invest in companies like this. I don't believe we should. So that's my comments on that. Yeah.
If I could make a strong case against your argument, I would, but I'm not, because I really don't have one. I mean, if it were a significant cost to us to make that move, then I would argue the point, or at least give you the facts. Let's put it that way, and then you guys make that decision. But
this is largely becoming an age-old debate. So. But if you want to engage in some social investing, this is definitely the low-hanging fruit, tobacco products.
Yeah.
Without getting deep into the woods about everything else under the sun. So anyway, Councilmember Obaji.
I was just going to say, perhaps let's just, if there's money to be earned on the existing note without losing the interest that we've gotten, let it mature, tender at maturity, and let's resolve not to buy any more tobacco paper going forward. All right, that's my motion.
Is that a motion?
Yeah, that's my motion.
Well, why don't you throw in receive and file in there too?
Yeah, throw in receive and file of this report. Thank you, Mr. Deals and Mr. Mehta for the report.
I would just add to that, if we have the opportunity to liquidate sooner rather than later without a cost to the city, would you want that done, or would you want to hang on to it for the whole year?
Add that, Councilman Obaji?
Well, I guess let me get clarity. Are you saying that if we liquidate it now, we're not going to have a loss, but we're not going to have a gain or return on investment either, right?
No, if we could make
at any point, basically, and get whatever returns accrued to that date.
Oh yeah, no, well, we sell it on the market, and it's got a very attractive interest rate, and it would sell. And then if we can buy at the same time, we're looking at comparable corporates. We talked about it before, maybe a Costco or something else, and we come out about the same, then, we can do it. If I would prefer not to lose money, and I wouldn't do it. I mean, I would advise you, let's put it that way. I would advise you that we would be losing money if it were a bad opportunity. I would advise against it, and do what you're suggesting is let it mature. But we might be able to
considering the dive that GM and Ford just took, even though they're moving towards EVs, by all means, dump it and pick up something else that's taking a hit, or whatever it is that you.
I think what he said is he'll do it now if it won't lose money.
Go for it. That's fine.
I think that's a good translation.
I'd second that. That's fine. That's good. Yeah.
Okay. Anything else, Councilman Obaji?
No.
Any more comments from the public, Eleanor? You're muted.
Yes. No, we have none.
Okay. All right, there's a motion on the floor in a second for N6. I'll do a roll call. Or in
4.
I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nairnat.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, and I guess, Stephen, in terms of the agenda, would you say that we just covered item in 3?
I would say in general, yes, but I think we should go through it. We can do it pretty quickly.
Sure.
Yeah. I mean, we've discussed most of the topics, but we should show you the specific changes that we're recommending to the.
Yeah, why don't you go through the changes? That'd be good.
Yeah, that's it. Okay, and so I like to give PowerPoint presentations with more pictures, but I mean, this is all words. So we're putting the words on that we changed before you, and we'll show you the changes that we made. Most of them are innocuous formatting changes. with the one change that we did at the recommendation of the city attorney's office, which was to add the definition of non-discretionary investing. Okay.
So as Steve mentioned, I'll just briefly go over it. Here's an introduction. Our goal as the city treasurer's office is to maintain a well-balanced and diverse portfolio. And
so you can just go to the changes. It's okay.
Changes? Okay.
Yeah, we discussed all that.
Okay. So as you can see, here's a snapshot of some.
Next one.
Next one. Okay.
Next one.
Summary of amendments. We did some formatting changes. As Steve mentioned, we included the table of contents, and we did some minor editing in terms of, sectional wording. We changed from Roman numerals to actual numerical system. So that is essentially what we did with the policy. And here's the major change that Steve was mentioning. Did you want to go over that, Steve?
Yeah, we just added the definition of non-discretionary investing. God, I'm sitting here so long, I'm cramping up. So that's it. And it's the same wording as here as was in the other item.
And here's just an illustration of further changes that we made to the policy. And the recommendation is to review the statement of investment policy as amended.
Okay. Thank you, Nilesh, Stephen. Not seeing any hands up. I guess this is
Motion to approve.
Yeah. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Horvath, second by Councilmember Narenheim. Any objections? Okay, so ordered.
Oh, Mayor, we have no,
Oh yeah, any comments about this?
we have no comments.
I would like to just make the comment to thank Rick for sticking around for the brutal end here. So thank you, Rick. And it's always a pleasure. He's here, once a year for you guys and once a year for the Budget and Finance Commission. So this is your chance to pepper him before he goes away.
Yeah, well, thank you, Rick. Really appreciate it. These are always, these meetings usually are pretty long. So thanks for hanging in there.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Unexpectedly long. It's like hitting unexpected traffic.
It's a turbulence.
So, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. Next up, mayor and council items, or maybe we should do city manager items. Joe, did you have any city manager items?
Yeah, the only item tonight is just to alert you that we were part of a call from Cal OES earlier today. There's significant fire danger statewide, particularly Northern California, looking at a major wind situation over the next several days. We are likely to send another engine as part of the strike team to Northern California. So just wanted to make you aware of that. They're looking at shorter deployments, and really it's kind of a call for resources in a way that's really different that's ever happened before. They're really facing major risk. 18 counties in Northern California have put out a call for help. So we are contributing, but certainly our first priority is to take care of Redondo Beach first, but we want them to be there for us if we ever need those agencies to come help us. So just wanted to let you know we're likely to send an engine as part of the strike team tomorrow. That's it.
Thank you, Joe. And where are they going?
This would be east of Sacramento.
Okay. Brother. Okay, next up is P1, discussion and consideration of recommended appointments to the Youth Commission. This is something we do every year. It shows Cameron, but I guess this came from John. Cameron, did you want to make any comments on this, or just go ahead and have a motion to approve these?
Make a motion to approve these choices.
Is there a second?
Second. Then we can get a public comment and everything else.
Is there any public comment?
We have no public comment on this item.
Who was the second? I'm sorry.
Me.
Okay, there's a motion by Councilmember Narenheim, second by Councilmember Lowenstein. We'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye again.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, there you go. Next up is item P2. This is discussion, consideration, and direct staff to prepare an ordinance to add section 2-9.109 to chapter 9 boards and commissions of Redondo Beach Municipal Code pertaining to removal of members pursuant to council referral. Uniform regulations attached are both sections of code for reference. Okay. Did you have any other comment, Eleanor? Or?
No, I just, based on your referral, we just added the two sections. And then, we're looking at for direction.
Okay. Any comment from anybody? Hang on one second. Let's see if I have comments. Councilmember Nerna.
Yeah, I think it looks good. If there are no issues in from anyone else and no public comment, I'm going to make a motion to have this introduced by on the consent calendar at our next meeting.
Yeah, are there any comments from the public, Eleanor?
No, I have no public comments. So I guess you're stating that you're going to, you would like section 2-9.707 from the Harbor Commission section removed and then put to the uniform regulations. Is that what
Subject
you're
to
proposing?
Yes. Yeah, and then adding the word removal of members in there.
sorry. Can I make an amendment, a suggested amendment?
You can make a second with a suggested amendment.
Suggested amendment.
Yeah.
That be the members of any commission, lowercase commission. That was our initial motion, which was to move 29707 to 29109 and change the commission, initial caps commission, to any commission, lowercase commission.
Do we need that verbiage in there because it's under the uniform regulations 2-9.100 appointment of term of members? So apply already to everyone, or do we need to put that? Do we need clarification on that, Eleanor?
Yeah, we would have to ask the city attorney to make that clarification, whether it's, because usually the Harbor Commission, I think it's by itself versus the uniform regulations, but I don't know, you'll have to.
Yeah, the Harbor Commission is fine. I think it's the uniform regulations that need amending.
So it's the intent is clear. We're going to provide for removing of any member of any commission in the uniform regulations, and therefore we'll remove it from the Harbor Commission because it'll be duplicative. Right now, the only commission that the code provides for removal at will by the council is the Harbor Commission. And so I understand the intent of the motion is to make it apply to all commissions, correct?
Right, that is correct.
We'll write it that way, and you can.
Sounds good. And the term commission is not capitalized in the uniform sections.
Right, because you're correct that you're not talking about a particular commission in that sense. Right. Okay, so it's clear that's a minor, workload change. So no problem in bringing it back for the next meeting on whatever the Tuesday after Labor Day is, the 6th or 7th.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, we didn't discuss this last week when it was brought up, but I'm just not understanding the need for this change. So if Councilmember Narenheim wants to explain why we're making this change, because the way I see it, you create a blanket policy that you can have a majority of the council remove somebody at any time within their term. You remove independent commissioners. So,
well, I can answer that because I'm the mayor and I'm the one who makes the appointments. I can't make a motion to remove somebody, but when, for instance, Planning Commissioner Mark Mitchell threatened me at the mayor's what was supposed to be a happy event reception to thank all the commissioners, we did not have the ability to remove him. And that's come up several times since I was on the council for 8 years and mayor for 4 years. It was not specified in the code unless it was a harbor commission. And so, yeah, just council should have the option to remove people if they want to. I mean, they serve at their discretion, and if they don't want them serving anymore, they should be able to remove them. It's not that complicated. Anyway, the question wasn't to me, but I thought I'd butt in and answer it anyway, because I've experienced this for the last 12 years. At some point or another, a couple of times, we've wanted to do something and we haven't been able to. And Mark Mitchell's a great example when he said to me, to be very specific, where I come from, people like you get found in strange places. So, yeah, I took that as a threat, and I should have been more forceful with the police. But anyway, we couldn't even remove him from the commission because it wasn't provided for in the code. But that's just one example. There was Mayor Jen wanted to remove somebody at some point, so I wasn't able to. It was complicated. Anything else? Anybody? Oh, Councilmember Horvath, was that it? That was it. Councilmember MD.
So since okay, I get you've got personal reasons for doing this, but you got to kind of look at it as an overall of what the consequences could be otherwise. So you made the appointments, and if you have a majority, so you're planning on removing some people.
Who said we were planning on removing people? Where'd you get that?
Because you're changing a whole code to do so. So you must be planning on removing somebody. I don't know who you're going to go after, but you're obviously going to do that.
Don't you think that the council should have the discretion to remove people? Isn't that what this is about?
Well, if you'd let me finish, my argument was actually going to be that if the mayor makes the appointments, then why do you want a council to be removing your appointments? So if you make the appointments and you get them assigned, why would you want, and let's say in the middle of the term, everything switches over in the middle of your mayor's term. Why would you want to give that power to have the council just be able to remove it?
I can't give them that power.
Well, it's right
here. I can't
here.
even make a motion.
Yeah, but the motion, by a majority of all members. And so right now you can't get you're giving the council the power to remove your appointees.
No, the council's going to give the council the power to do that. The mayor can't do that.
You can still veto the council.
I can't make a motion. I can't second. I can't vote.
But it's your point. Okay, so I get you, Mr. Budget. You can veto it at least. I guess. I just don't understand why we need to put this in there at all. Because of your example, you wouldn't have been able to do it either way. So I don't understand why we need this. I'm still not getting at why you need this one, because your example you wouldn't have been able to do it the way you wanted it anyway.
I just offer my rationale for seconding it.
Yeah.
I don't have the history that anybody else here has relative to this issue, but it seems odd to me, like many other things in our municipal code, that commissioners may only be removed from one commission, the Harbor Commission. It seems like every commission should be treated equally. So that's one reason why I'd like to do it. Another reason, I don't have anybody in mind. I'm not looking to remove anybody, but the commissions are supposed to facilitate the work of the city council and kind of really delve into matters, prep matters, maybe even be proactive on matters. So I think that the city council should have their hand in who is on the commissions. And this enables us to have more of a hand on who's commissions. That's all. No grudges.
Okay, Councilmember Nairn.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. Yeah, I'll just add one more to that, actually. On the GPAC Commission, we currently have a member who sits on the GPAC, but actually has lived outside of the city of Redondo Beach for many years now. So they could, technically speaking, come back and sit down and start making votes. Somebody who hasn't even lived in the city for a couple of years. So we need to give the option and the ability for council to remove people from commissions. And let's just think about that for a minute. The ability to remove somebody from the commission. So if an elected official gets in a position and the public doesn't like what they do, there's the ability to recall someone on the elected position. And if somebody gets put in a job, a public service job in the city of Redondo Beach, we can still fire through a process someone. But on a commission, we can't remove anyone on a commission? That doesn't make any sense. So we have the mayoral ability to veto a 3-5 decision, just make sure it's not just a simple council majority. So there is that protection in place. It's a very simple process, should have been done years ago. I think there was slight oversight years ago. So I just, that's things we need to clean up in the ordinance code. Thank you.
But couldn't the mayor just say, I want to remove somebody, and then the council just approves it like they normally do? Isn't that what happened with Ben Morse, for example?
No, he was moved. Ben Morse was moved as retribution for endorsing myself, and Mayor Askell moved him from one commission to another commission.
I think it was for a different reason, but he moved him from one commission to another, but it shouldn't have happened because Mr. Morris didn't want to move to the other one. He didn't take the oath of office for the other commission. And Mayor Brand, upon his reelection, that was the first appointment that he made. I will address the one issue. It really wasn't an oversight. It has more to do with the history of the Harbor Commission. And it used to be a harbor review board, and the lessees had greater authority under the Harbor Review Board. And then it became apparent to the then city attorney that the way it was run was a violation of the Brown Act. And so there's that particular provision was in the first adoption when they moved the Harbor Review Board into a Harbor Commission. So it's just because of the unique nature of the Harbor Review Board that it was in there. And I have no comment on the policy issues you're debating, but just wanting to let you know, it just is the unique history and background of the Harbor Review Board that became the Harbor Commission.
So then could you answer that question? So then if the mayor wanted to remove somebody, couldn't he just present that and then have the council approve or not approve that removal?
No, the only provision for removing someone other than cause, we talked about this in a different context. And I pointed out to you that there were different iterations of when you could remove commission members for cause, and there are slight differences, and you could phrase it different ways. This would remove without any cause, whether it was threatening the mayor or a council member of the council just doesn't like, the advice they're getting. And to be fair, they are mostly advisory to the council. There are some commissions like Harbor and like Planning that have decision-making ability in quasi-judicial hearings, but most of the commissions are advisory only to the council, and the council doesn't like that advice. Although, and this is a policy issue for you to say, it could be wielded by a future council to chill independent commission members that are giving advice that they don't like to the council. But, that's something that the council has to decide whether they value that advice. And you're getting advice that the majority of the council doesn't like, subject to a mayoral veto. There's a valid justification for doing that. But that's a policy call for all you to decide. It's a simple change for us to draft if you wish to do so.
Okay. Well, I just don't like the idea of removing people just because you don't like what they have to say. And so there's a lot of things that people say around here that I don't really particularly care for, but I have to listen to it and I have to consider it when I'm listening, trying to come up with something that's good for everybody. And I think there's a lot of potential for abuse to have retribution on people just because they're saying things that you don't particularly like, or I don't like, or it doesn't matter. I'm saying you in a general sense. Okay. So I think this is not a good idea.
Okay. Any more comment? Any public comment?
No, Mayor. No comment.
We have any comments submitted?
Sorry?
Oh, we do have one more. Just give in. One e-comment.
Submitted by Leslie Campaign. Councilmember MD, not all commissioners are the mayor's appointments, and you'll remember as being part of a previous council that voted to deny his commission appointments negates the argument you're trying to make. Councilmember Obaji's explanation for his understanding makes perfect sense. Yes, the council should absolutely have the power to remove commissioners. As Councilmember Nierenheim explained, there is no option to fire someone from a commission for any reason, and there needs to be that in place for a variety of reasons. And that concludes comments for P2.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor and a second. Is the motion clear, Mike? I guess so. Let's do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
No.
No. Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
Councilmember MD.
No.
I don't know why you can't. Well, I do know why you wouldn't provide the power to the council to do what they want to do. So anyway, it passes 3-2. I certainly won't be.
No, why? Why would you say that? No,
I don't
I'm really
know. Why
sincere
would you
because
not?
listen, I am really trying to look at it from a policy point of view from both sides, whether it's yours, it has nothing to do with what side everybody's on. It has to do with just policy of I'd rather have a situation where everybody's allowed to speak what they want to say. And even if it's different from you, that they don't get retributed. So Nils, with your smirky face right now, you went and attacked the guy that's on your side for everything. And he said something you didn't agree with. God, what's his name? He's on the planning commission and you just attacked him because he didn't agree with you the other day. So I just don't think that's right, is that you perpetuate a situation where people aren't allowed to say what they want to say. Matthew Hensley, that was his name. So that's all I'm trying to say. So don't be snarky and saying, you think that I don't want that happen. I'd love to have the power for that. No problem. You guys want to vote 3-2 all day? Go right on ahead. That's not the point. The point is you want to encourage a situation where everybody feels that they can have a say without being smirked at, without being, ridiculed and not being castigated for what they said. So there you go.
It could be as simple as District 4 just had a ton of commission applicants, and maybe District 4 doesn't have a seat on every commission. It could be equalizing the appointments by districts. It's not necessarily nefarious. And
I hope so. I hope you're right. And I really do.
But yeah.
So where are we on the agenda here? I guess that's it. Yeah. So any referrals to staff from mayor and council? Councilmember Nierenheim?
I do. Luckily, I don't have one actually I was planning on bringing up, so I'll throw that down the list. I'd like to make a motion to come back with food truck regulations and update the ordinance, what the current ordinance looks like, and any updates that we can do to it, if that we need to do, options that we need to update the food truck regulation. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Is there a time frame?
A date, yes. Thank you very much, Mayor Brand. I always try to do a date. I don't know, whatever. This is not an urgent item. This is not something that we need to get done next week. So I don't know what Joe, or maybe it's Mr. Webb. It's going to be your department that's really going to look at this. When you guys think you would be comfortable saying that come back. Again, I realize it's not an urgent item. We don't need to have
So normally I'm the one that likes to give dates. If you could say before the end of the year, and we'll bring it as soon as we can. But it's not urgent, and I don't want to bump other things that staff brings. So,
let's just say in January then. Let's just say in January, because December is slow.
Okay.
And then we can start up with this, start off the new year.
Okay, perfect.
Okay. And I'd also...
Is there any objection to that? Anybody got objection to that? Okay, go ahead.
I'd also like to get Mr. Webb either a staff report or a city attorney report on what LA City has been doing with their anti-camping ordinance on underneath freeway overpasses, certain parks, certain rights of way. I know you've seen this go through via email. I'm not looking to create an ordinance next week. Do you have?
We can have the discussion at your next meeting. So anticipating that one or more of you may be interested in that, Joe and I have already asked Ryan Tucker, and he's created a map that what it would look like.
Okay.
Here's a spoiler. Your residents in the lower avenues will hate you if we pass the LA ordinance, because you're going to force all the unhoused into camping in particular neighborhoods.
Right.
So, but we can bring that map and a discussion of it. And if you don't mind, a big staff report other than the map.
I don't want a big staff report, and I don't think I want it for the first meeting in September. I think there's a lot of things on the agenda first thing in September. I think the second or the third meeting.
Okay. We'll talk with Joe and see which meeting is better, and we'll come up with that map and we'll lead it into discussion from there if the rest of the council wants to.
Okay.
All right. Well, why don't we take a vote on this? Is there a second to that?
I'll second it.
Okay. Just do a vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
No.
Councilmember Obaji.
Sorry, what is the motion? Because
Thank you.
I got caught up on what day we're going to
update on anti-camping ordinance.
So they've adopted an ordinance that restricts certain places, and you can, under Martin versus Boise, with limitation, restrict camping.
So there's a food truck ordinance.
A certain type of
No. We're past the food truck ordinance.
Right. This is an anti-camping ordinance. So this kind of falls in direct conflict to your direction that you didn't want to discuss things like, Councilman Robashi. It won't be necessarily a discussion of pallet shelters, but that will have to come up. But it's a discussion of what LA has done, and they've done it in a weird way. And they're leaving each councilperson can decide whether or not to enforce this anti-camping area. And so it's within so many yards of parks and so many yards of school. And here it's so many yards of sea.
My vote is yes, but please do not mention the pallet shelter in the staff report.
I won't write a staff report, but I'll have to mention it during the discussion.
Okay, Councilmember MD.
I don't understand why we vote on some referrals and not others, but I'm going to vote no.
Well, I asked previously if there was any objection. Was there an objection to the last referral about the food trucks?
Yeah, I don't understand why we're revisiting that when we just did it a few years ago. So I would have voted no, but never mind.
Let's go back and we'll do a vote. Councilmember Nierenheim, did you make a motion to bring back a referral to the food trucks?
I did for options that was updated in 2009, as far as I remember, and I wanted to get some options and updates on that. So 2000, yes. Aye.
Was it 2009, Mr. Webb?
Ms. Martins said not to quote her on that, so I won't quote her on that. I'll let you know in the staff report when we bring it back in January. I don't recall.
Okay, well, there's a motion. Is there a second to bring back a discussion?
I'll second it.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Let's do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji,
Aye.
and Councilmember MD.
Well, if it's 2009, I might vote yes, but since I already said I was going to vote no, I'll go ahead and vote no.
Okay.
The last thing I was going to bring up was, do we need to do an art? Actually, no, we don't. Never mind. I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, there's two items. One is I'd like a discussion on the condition of the bathrooms on the pier and the money appropriated to it. So I guess that's a question for Ted. When can we bring something like that back? Can we bring it back in October?
That is part of our consent items.
I believe so, absolutely.
Okay, let's say the second meeting in
Wait, wasn't there a consent counter item on this?
Yeah, there was, right?
No, there
Last
wasn't a
meeting.
Mondstadt Pier one. I'm talking about the International Boardwalk and the International Boardwalk and the area next to, sorry.
Quality seafood and pad 10, and yes.
Yes, the ones that are not covered with the Mondstadt Pier. So.
Why do we need a discussion of it? Why couldn't you just go to staff and talk to them?
The budget to fix those?
We have a budget. I'd like, it's a major problem right now. So maybe we don't need a discussion. Maybe we need to get this on the item and a bidding process because it's really bad right now.
As I recall, I was speaking with Mike Witzansky, and he said they were going to step up the cleaning of, particularly of the bathrooms on pad 10. So I don't know, Stephen or Mike, did you want to comment on that? Or
Yeah, I think a report could be good. We've supplemented weekend maintenance in the restrooms in response to complaints all of us have been receiving in the last few weeks. We could provide a report on the success of that pilot program and or other means to perhaps enhance our services down there. I completely agree with Councilman Lowenstein. It's a current issue for us. It's been a historic issue for us. It's a difficult situation for a variety of reasons. Requires effectively a standby janitor to assist in regular cleaning just to keep up with the level of busyness. So it's worth talking about, and it may have budget implications. It likely will.
okay, is that a motion, Todd?
Yes, motion to bring it back a second meeting in October.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji. And Councilmember MD.
No.
Okay. Anything else, Todd?
Yeah, one other thing is discussion on where we're at with the county fire study in terms of an update and where we go from here. So let's say last meeting in October, first meeting in November timeframe. Does that work?
Yeah, that time frame works.
Okay, is it, I mean, aren't we working closely with the, with them now and going to work with the Fire Association? I thought that was part of the direction, and that was
There's a need for an update, both in terms of the county process as well as the 3 city discussions that have been underway. So we have a need to bring to you, and it may be actually the first meeting in October. We may bring it earlier than this, but yet it's within our time frame to bring forward that report as well as the status report on the assessment. So there's a variety of fire-related items. I think October would be the time frame for us to do that.
I see. So you were going to do it anyway?
Yeah.
Okay, so do you need a motion? Do what you were going to do anyway?
You know, if you want to make the referral, you can. I'm just telling you, this is.
Is that a motion, Todd?
Talk to Keith and we're going to do it.
I don't, if you say that it's going to be brought back at the beginning of October, then I'll rely on you to do that. So that's fine. And there's no motion needed.
Okay. Anything else?
That's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Horvath.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Obaji.
Well, now that I get my chance, no, I'm totally kidding. No referrals. Thank you so much, Public Works staff, Community Services, and my thoughts are with our firefighters who are going out to Dixie or wherever it may be.
Okay. Councilmember MD.
Agree with the thoughts for our firefighters. I hope they keep safe and out of harm's way. And I also want to do a shout out to Rita Loy, who hasn't been at meetings since COVID. And I just wanted to say welcome. I'm so glad you're here.
Okay, my one referral is about 525 South Gertruda. Apparently, I sent an email back in early June, and it looks like there was a lien and that they paid a lien. I can resend this email, and it looks like, let me just read this. It involved John LaRock. They're having trouble getting the city to release the lien. In the letter from Community Services, John LaRock, dated September 17, 2019, the city acknowledged payment in full and provided a deed of trust and release request for reconveyance. However, the city did not release the lien. And they wrote that way back in September 17, 2019. They can't sell the house. They can't do anything with the house because the city has acknowledged receipt of the payment, release conveyance, done everything, but apparently the last step of releasing the lien on 525 South Gertruda. So it's an estate and there's an executor. I can resend this. Do you remember receiving this, Joe, or anybody know anything about this?
This one's not ringing a bell. But
Okay.
sounds
Sometimes what
concerning.
happens
We would bring it back quickly.
Yeah, because they're stuck. So, okay, I'll forward this to you.
I may offer sometimes what happens is reconveyance does not get recorded in the proper chain of title, so it doesn't come up as actually recorded. So that could be the issue if somebody's still showing a deed of trust or lien on their property that has not been reconveyed.
Yeah, it's something I don't know much about. I'll forward it to you, Joe and Mike, have you guys look at it. But they've reached out to me in June. I forwarded this, and then they just wrote me again and said they never got the lien released by the city, so they're still stuck.
Yeah, you can include me on that email also, Mayor. We'll
Okay.
John and also. So
Christine thinks this is a recording issue. She said that we've already prepared a substitution of trustee. She thinks Zane is right, so kudos to you, but it may just be a recording issue.
Okay, I'll CC you and Christine too, Mike.
Yeah.
Is that good? Okay.
Yeah, and 2015. So I don't know if Laura's happy she made a no vote on the food trucks, but the last time the council modified the food truck ordinance was 2015.
Okay.
I thought so. I thought I remember having this conversation.
So 2015 was the last time. So we have people in the council who have modified it. Okay, that's good to know.
6 years ago. Okay, well, it's coming back now. All right, that's it. We're not returning to closed session. I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Thank you.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Obaji, second by Councilmember Lowenstein. Are there any objections? Okay, so ordered. Good night, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, everybody.
Did it. A lot done.